The story I'm about to tell you. First of all, you have to look at it from the point of view. When you first come to the Philippines, you hear mabuhay, or welcome to the Philippines. And that's how you're greeted when you come to the Philippines, off the airplane, from the customs agents, the people at the airport. Everybody says, welcome to the Philippines. Then after you live here for a while, you start to get accustomed to the term, welcome to the Philippines, because it has a much deeper meaning. It has a much, much, much deeper meaning, welcome to the Philippines. When you first get off the plane, it means welcome to the Philippines and enjoy your stay or your vacation. But after you live here for a few years, you're going to start to notice things that you've never seen before in your entire life. And this purchasing of this RENO5 5G cell phone is one of those things where you just have to sit back after 2 days of intensive phone calls and walking back and forth to the Galaris Mall, which is about 300 feet from the BQ Mall, to the BQ Mall, then across the street, another 500 feet away to City Squares, and then from City Squares, about 500 feet away to the new Alturas Mall, then from the new Alturas Mall to the pre-existing Alturas Mall, about 1,000 feet away from the new Alturas Mall. Then, of course, back to City Squares. This is all to buy a cell phone. And then from City Squares, you realize, and I'm going to go into the detail why the City Squares didn't have the phone that I went to City Squares initially to buy. Then from City Squares, you jump on a little jeepney to go to the ICM Mall. And then they have 3 stores on the second floor of the ICM Mall. So altogether, I went to 11 stores total to buy the RENO5 5G. Probably 8, I would say 8. The Samsung dealer did not have a RENO5 5G placard, full-size, life-size placard of a man and a woman holding up the 5G phone. So, and I think inside the new Alturas Mall they did not, but all the other stores, 8 or 9 other stores, all have a life-size placard of a man and a woman standing in front of the store saying RENO5 5G cell phones available here. Okay, that's not true. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you go. It's just not true. So let's do this by the numbers. I just want to show you what the term welcome to the Philippines means. Okay, so what is today? I lost track because I've been... Okay, so Sunday morning, I get up early. I didn't do live stream Sunday because I had planned on going to the city after being on the phone for about 3 hours Saturday, trying to find the RENO5 5G phone. This is the part where I say welcome to the Philippines, and this is what you have to understand. So Saturday, I get on the phone, and I know that Save and Earn SAVE and Earn, they advertise the Reno phone on their Facebook page. So I get on the phone and I call up Save and Earn at the ICM Mall, but they don't answer. They just don't answer their phone. It doesn't matter how often you call, they don't answer the phone. So there's a Save and Earn in the BQ Mall. Well, they don't answer their phone either, because the Save and Earn in the BQ Mall goes to the operator switchboard of the BQ Mall. Welcome to the Philippines, by the way. So it advertises Save and Earn RENO5, and you call up and you get the switchboard of the BQ Mall. So you say, is this Save and Earn? No, sir, this is the switchboard. Instead of saying, no, sir, this is the switchboard, I'll connect you to Save and Earn, they just say, no, sir, this is the switchboard. So now you ask them, can you connect me to Save and Earn? No, sir. Well, you're the switchboard. Yes, sir. Do they have a phone in the store? Yes, sir. Do you know the number? No, sir. So the switchboard of the BQ Mall knows that Save and Earn has a telephone number, but they don't have the telephone number. And their answer is, when you ask them, how can I get in touch with Save and Earn? Just come to the store, sir. So without any regard as to where you live, how far away you are, how many hours it would take to get there, the answer is just come to the store. Welcome to the Philippines, by the way. This is the kind of answer you get. Okay, so I had to go there anyway. So Sunday morning I wake up and I go to City Squares, because City Squares is where I buy the load for my phone. It's a little store in the bottom on the ground floor. They have 3 or 4 different phone dealerships there, and they have 3 or 4 different dealerships there for phones, and they're very nice. You know, they're a bunch of happy people, okay? And I always told the people in the city squares, if I ever buy a phone, I'll purchase the phone from you. So I did. I went there. All right, let me read this 2 bears. You're asking the wrong questions or the wrong method when you're dealing with a receptionist. Push a button or something. All right, 2 bears, go someplace else. We're not interested. You said absolutely nothing. Nothing of any assistance, nothing of any intelligence. Whatever it was that you were trying to portray in your comment was totally worthless. Stop exposing yourself in public on YouTube, Creeper, Becoming Filipino. Okay, so when I get to the city squares, I go to the office of the Oppo dealer there, and I put out the request for somebody that knows about the RENO5 5G phone. So Joy, I think her name was Joy, she comes over, she knows about the phone. So I said, look, this is what I'd like. We have a pretty good storm out there today. It's really windy. This is what I'd like. I'd like the RENO5 5G. Do you have that? Yes, sir. Okay. So here is what I want. I want to see the phone, and I want to buy the phone. However, I want you to connect, Wi-Fi connect, pair up my GoPro Hero 7 camera to the phone before I buy it, to make sure that the phone works. Let's see what we have here. Two Bears, your history. If you're not going to say anything intelligent, you're just going to disappear. You think I'm going to sit here and read your worthless comments all day? I'm not going to do that. So let's see what else. We have today's troll day. Hello, Mr. Fazio, as if I know who you are. Satire, okay? Satire, if the next comment that comes from you is not intelligent, I'm going to shit can you like Two Bears and the other guy. Just so that you know. Okay, so... Okay. Now, what we have going on here is today's troll day, today's National Troll Day. So I go to the woman, I want to buy the phone. She said, yes, sir. So she takes out a Reno 4 cell phone, a Reno 4, not a Reno 5. And she shows me the phone, and I says, okay, but this is a Reno 4. Yes, sir, it's the same phone. I says, well, can you pair it up? Yes, sir. So it was every bit of 30 to 45 minutes for them, not just the girl, but 3 other people, maybe three to 4 to 5 other people installing the GoPro app on a phone. I don't know whose phone it was. It wasn't the display phone, because the display phones are not real phones. They're just dummy phones that say Reno 4 on them. They're not real phones. They don't actually work. They're just display phones. So, in other words, it might be a real phone, but nothing functions in the phone. There's no internet connection. It's not a real phone. So they're using their own phone. So the girl spends they spend 30, 35, 40 minutes. What did I just explain to you? If you didn't say something intelligent that you were going to get shit canned you, okay? I just told you it's raining hard, and then you asked me if it's raining hard. What is wrong with you people? You just want to come here and troll me? Go someplace else. So the girls, from now on, I will read the comment, not out loud, and I will just hide you on my page. So you won't even get the satisfaction of breaking my concentration. So troll all you want. So 35 minutes goes by, and they get the GoPro app working on the lady's phone. This is the first store of 11 stores. And this happened 11 times in 11 stores, with as many as 7 people working on getting the GoPro app together on the phone. So, let's see. Okay. Well, that one doesn't seem to be. Okay. Now, they get the phone paired up with the today's troll day. They get the phone paired up with her phone, not the Reno 4 phone, and not the Reno 5 phone, her phone. So they show it to me, and I agree to buy the phone. Show me the Reno 5 5G phone, and show me the GoPro Hero 7 camera paired up to it. Show that to me, please. And she said, sir, you have to buy the phone. So it was, just for all intent and purposes, we're not going to do this, $24,999. It was 25,000 pesos. So I said, so I have to buy the phone before you'll pair it up? Yes, sir. So the phone price is the same in all the stores. This is store number one. So I said, okay, I'll buy the phone. Get me the phone. Let me see the box. Well, as it turns out, they didn't have a Reno. Now, this takes a while to find the box. They didn't have a RENO5 5G phone. What they had was a RENO5 phone, which is different than the 5G. And I said, this is not the RENO5 5G. Yes, sir. Well, that's the one I want. Yes, sir, but this one's only 19,000 pesos. But it's not 5G. Sir, you can upgrade it later on. I don't know what that means, but that's not what I wanted to buy. So I asked them, does the phone have... Now, the RENO5 5G latest model has something called Snapdragon in it. And Snapdragon 855 is the latest version of Snapdragon. The RENO5 5G also has a 10 times optical zoom and 128 gigs of memory, plus 2 SIM cards. So she shows me the RENO5, not 5G, which doesn't have the optical zoom. So I said, well, this has no optical zoom. Yes, sir. But it's only 19,000 pesos. It's not the one I want. Yes, sir. But it's only 19,000 pesos. So I said, I'll tell you what, I'll come back. So I was there an hour and 20 minutes the first time. Sir, we will get you one. You can come back tomorrow. So I said, okay, well, if I don't buy one, I'll come back tomorrow. So in the meantime, the guy next to me sells Vivo phones, and he has the V20 Vivo phone, the V20 Pro. However, that doesn't have expandable memory, and you can only have one SIM card if you want 128 gigs of memory, because you have to use one of the SIM card holders for memory. So if you use Globe and smartphones, you would have to somehow start removing your memory card and putting in your Globe or your smart SIM card in with the phone. And those cards are only like this big. They're a ½ inch by a ½ inch. That's just not going to happen out on the road somewhere. Where do you store it? I don't have a briefcase with all these little compartments for this kind of crap. So that phone wasn't an option. However, I thought about it, and with that, he takes out a Vivo V20 Pro, and he's showing it to another person. Well, he couldn't get it to work. I don't know why. I don't know if it was broke or he did not know how to program it to do what they wanted to do, but he couldn't get it to work. So this is the salespeople now. These are the guys. This is what they call in the Philippines the Vivo Techs or the Reno Techs. So we're moving on now. We're moving over to the Alturas Mall up the road about 1,000 feet away, and I go into the Alturas Mall, the new Alturas Mall, and now these two girls, this was funny. They're two very happy young ladies, very cordial, very well-meaning. They're in the store. There's nobody in the Alturas Mall. I am the only person on the floor besides the people who sell cell phones. There were 3 stores on that floor that sell cell phones, and these girls were in one store, and then immediately next door is another store, and then across the hall is another store. So there's about 7 cell phone salespeople, but only 2 for Oppo. So the girls are big sign, big sign, RENO5 5G for sale here. So we go through the same conversation. I want to buy the RENO5 5G, but I want you to program it to this GoPro Hero 7. So which means they have to install the app on their phone, because now I know this. So I said to them that, and she said, okay. So they're looking. They gave me a chair to sit down, and they're doing stuff. Now, this is all on their phone, not my phone, not the store's phone. The store phones are all dummy phones. They don't work. So they're doing it on their phone. So they can't get the application on their phone. Now, do you want to know why they can't get the application on their phone? I'll tell you why. Because the cell phone store on that floor, those stores, they don't have internet. Well, they don't have internet that works. So they start to install the application, and that lasted, where it was, the wheel, the uploading wheel, that lasted 45 minutes. I sat there for 45 minutes while that wheel uploaded. So I finally said to them, it's not going to work. Can you call your boss? No, sir. Well, why? We don't have a boss, sir. I said, well, who's in charge? We are. Well, are you going to be able to get the phone working? Yes, sir. Have some patience. I said, well, I'm here 50 minutes now, and you haven't done it yet. It takes about a minute to install an application on a cell phone. About 1 minute when you're at the house. Yes, sir. But this is the internet for the store. I said, well, but you sell cell phones. Yes, sir. So you don't have your own connection? So whatever it was, they didn't have it. So I said, well, it's 12 o'clock now. Well, I got here at 12 o'clock. At 1:30, I'm going to leave. Yes, sir. So I waited while they played with the phone for an exactly 89 minutes, and I picked up my camera and I says, okay, I'm gonna go now, and maybe I'll come back and maybe I won't, but 90 minutes is enough time. Sir, have some patience. So I've been sitting here for 90 minutes. I went and had lunch. I came back. Yes, sir, but you have to have patience. I said, well, I'll come back if I need the phone. So I leave. Now I go to the BQ Mall. It's 1:45. I get up to the store. They all know how to do this. They all know how to get the application in. And what they did was they literally called up the Save and Earn in City Squares and spoke with the man who got the application on my phone, on his phone, to work the GoPro. But they're using their phone, not the RENO5. So I said, but you have to use the RENO5. And the girl turns around and says, automatic, you have to buy the phone if we open the box. I said, well, I'll buy the phone if it works. No, sir. You have to buy the phone first. I'm going, but what if it doesn't work? That's why we're going to do it on the RENO4. One of them had a RENO4. Okay, so the RENO4. Now, in the BQ Mall, in the store that sells RENO5 5G phones, all over the whole hallway. RENO5 5G available here. RENO5 5G cell phones available here. I mean, they must have had like 6 or 5 placards, and then the banners, and they had brochures. That's important that I just said all of that. So it's 1:45, and they start 7 people gather around because they didn't know how to get the application on the cell phone. So they called up the Alturas. They call up the City Squares. I'm going to read the comments in a moment. Just give me a moment. They call up the City Squares and they speak with the man that knew how to get the app on the phone. Now, there were 7 people hovered around the GoPro, and they start installing the application for the GoPro app on the salesperson's phone, not on a RENO4 phone from the store, on a personal RENO4 phone. And that goes on to the spinning wheel again. So after about 30 minutes, now it's 2:15, I said, look, I'm going to spend another 15 minutes here. Sir, have some patience. And I said, well, it only should take about a minute to get the application installed. Yes, sir. But we don't have good internet here. Again, they don't have good internet here. So she asks me, what is the name of the phone? And the name of the phone was Hero 7. So we cannot find Hero 7. It won't. Apparently, the guy in City Squares, apparently he named the phone Michael. So we have a phone named Michael we can see to pair it up to. I said, all right, we'll try that. Because I didn't know he changed the name of the phone. I didn't know you could do that. So they get that. They find Michael. And now at 2:30, their app is still loading for the Hero 7 application. So that was just under 40 minutes of loading an app, and it would not load. So I said, okay, look, here's what we're going to do. I know that the RENO5 5G phone will work. I'll bring it home and I'll load it myself. Yes, sir. Okay, so I'll buy the phone. Yes, sir. Okay, good, sir. Thank you, sir. So you have to get the phone for me to buy it. No one was moving to go get the phone. So they go into the back, and she comes out with a box that says RENO5 on it. Here you go, sir. I said, but this is the Reno 5. Yes, sir. Well, I came in for the Reno 5 5G. Yes, sir. Do you have the Reno 5 5G? No, sir. Well, then, this is not the Reno 5 5G. Does it have 10 times optical zoom? No, sir. Does it have the Snapdragon 855? No, sir. It has something called AMOLED or something like that. And does it have the expandable? No, sir. So why are you giving me this box? It's just a simple question. I mean, I want the 5G. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is what we have in stock. So I said, thank you. And I took my Hero 7 camera and I left. So now I go to the Glarus Mall. Well, they don't have the Reno 5 in the Glarus Mall. So that was 1,000 feet away. So I said, well, you know what? Let me go over to ICM Mall. There's 3 stores over there. So I jump on the little bus and I go to the ICM Mall. And I go to Thinking Tools. They have Hawaii phones. I don't want one of those. So then they send me over next door to Save and Earn. And Save and Earn has the Reno 4 phones. But it says outside the sign, Reno 5 5G phones for sale. But they don't have the Reno 5 5G phones. So are you going to get them? Yes, sir. Can you find out when? No, sir. Is there somebody that you can call up and find out when the phone will be available? Because this store is associated with Thinking Tools, and I like Thinking Tools. They're a pretty good store, and I got to know everybody in there. No, sir, there's no one we can call. So, well, why do you advertise that you have the phone here? Yes, sir. But that wasn't really an answer. But why do you have the signs that says the Reno 5 5G available here? Placards. They're 5-foot-high signs with like a Filipino man and a woman. Sir, we will have the phone soon. Can you say when? No, sir. I said, okay. All right, let's stop there. Do you have the Redmi 30? Because it's advertised on the sign, Redmi 30 available here. Because I know that phone is a good phone. Plus it has night vision and an optical zoom at 10 times. Yes, sir, we have that. Can I see one? No, sir. Why? Well, we're out of stock, sir. But we carry that phone. Okay. All right, so you have no Redmi 30. Do you have the Redmi 50? No, sir. Out of stock. Do you know when the 5Gs are coming in? No, sir. Can you call somebody? No, sir. So, Thinking Tools, no. Save and Earn, no. And the other store that's associated with Thinking Tools, no. But the girl says next door is the Samsung phone store. They have equivalent to the Reno 5. Now, I talked to this girl on the phone last week. We laughed for about, oh God, we had a good laugh. This girl, I don't know if, it had to be the same girl. So when I walked into the store, I said, good afternoon, I'd like to buy something compatible with the Reno 5 5G phone. Are you the girl I spoke with on the phone last week? And she started laughing, because it was her. So I said, she goes, yes, sir. I said, you still have that 67,000 peso phone? And she started laughing again. Yes, sir. Have you sold any of those? She goes, no, sir. So they have a phone, Samsung, for $1,400. Not 25,000 pesos, not 18,000 pesos, 67,000 pesos. Almost 3 times the price. They have that in stock, though. But the store was empty. So we laughed again, and I left. So now, where am I? I'm going back now to city squares to tell them to get me a phone for tomorrow, which would have been Monday. So I go back there and I tell them, get me a phone for tomorrow, which is Monday, because now it's already 4:30 and I'm ready to go home. So I go home. So yesterday I wake up. I'll read the comments now, if we have some intelligent comments. Go Bobo sister, you're a piece of shit, okay? Every time you come on, Fat Slob Blog sister comes on, and you're trolling everybody. You, Go Bobo sister, are a piece of shit. You always have been a piece of shit, and now I'm blocking you as well. You are nothing but a useless troll. I don't know why you people insist on doing this, but apparently this is your life, Go Bobo sister. You were born a piece of shit named Go Bobo sister troll. Now you have a Fat Slob Blogs sister troll channel that they coincide with one another. I've seen you all over the internet where one appears, the other appears. You are the Heminger of the farm country. We'll leave it at that. Dusty Island Experience. Punk got busted big time on drawn and quartered phony outrage and hypocrisy. I've been not up to date on this Dusty Island Experience. I haven't had time to watch a single video. Well, I actually watched one where I was mentioned, insinuated, referenced, I don't know how many times, 50 times? 50 times in one video. 50 times I was referenced. The island guy, he mentioned Daisy again. From now, Daisy is what? August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. That's 8 months plus 1 year. It's 20 months ago, Daisy and I broke up. And now he referenced her again. 20 months have gone by. And he keeps insinuating where if $1 million was placed on the table, if $1 million was placed on the table, and the wager was that I blamed that piece of human fecal tissue for Daisy and I breaking up. If $1 million was placed at a wager, he couldn't prove even one time I blamed him for our breakup. Yet the insinuation that I blame him is still out there in cyberspace, that I blamed him. Daisy and I broke up several months before he even knew that. Amenable breakup between the two of us, and still to this day, now it's 20 months. Do you think the man has some psychological hang-ups about... First of all, why would he care if Daisy and I broke up? But what he did do that did upset me is that he posted upwards of, if I said 20 videos about Daisy doing the horizontal mamba with another man. This was 4 months after we broke up, by the way. Well, it was August, and then that was going into November. Why would I care what Daisy's doing if we broke up? I'm not a jealous guy. I never was a jealous man. So, but the fact that he had to post that crap and embarrass Daisy and her new boyfriend, that was a little bit upsetting. But the fact that we broke up not so much. So, I mean, we broke up. Not every relationship works out. But so I was referenced in the video I did watch 4 days ago on my channel, or something about me having a dark past or possible dark past, and again insinuating that I may have a dark past, and that there might be something funny going on between me giving the children to the candy to the children, and that I might do this and I might do that, and I need to be investigated. I was mentioned upwards of, I don't know, 50 or 60 times. The man has some serious psychological problems. Serious psychological problems. So I haven't caught up with all that shit yet, but I will. Maybe I will. I don't know. You know how he puts shit up and takes it down. So I did see a little blip. Someone sent me a clip of the DQ Labs where he was very proud that he was showing off his buttocks to Fat Slob Blog. I did see that clip, but that was only a 3-minute clip. But I've been out of the loop, leaving the house at 7:30 in the morning and then coming home at 6 o'clock at night. And all I did was walk around all day. So yesterday, I'll read the rest of the comments and I'll digress to yesterday. I'm doing well, thank you, Dusty Island Experience. Actually, I mean, all things considered, I spent 2 entire days looking for a cell phone, and I'll go through yesterday's experience. I could cut it short now and say that the RENO5 5G phone does not exist in BOHOL, but I want to go through the whole story. Go to places that have demo phones, then you can test your apps. Well, they all have demo phones, but none of the demo phones are connected to the internet. The Prunk One-Ball Roomba is no longer a Roomba. Now confirmed. He's only sporting one little guy. You can't prove that. Dusty Island Experience. Huawei is all right. Very good mid-range phone, actually. And are excellent on some of the models without paying that much money. Yeah, I actually spoke with someone about the Huawei phones, Dusty Island Experience, and they didn't recommend it. They said it was an okay phone like you did, but it doesn't have the 10 times optical zoom, and it doesn't have a few other options. So I don't want, it's a relatively new manufacturer. It's like it's only 2 or 3 years. I've seen that name. Reception is only in a few places in the Philippines anyway. Jack, what does that have to do with a cell phone store that sells cell phones that has to install apps in their store? It has nothing at all to do with what I'm talking about. Either pay attention or go someplace else. It's not complicated. The applications they're trying to download are applications in their store on their phones, and they couldn't have enough internet power to load a GoPro Hero app in 40 minutes. Please don't get one thing confused with the other. This is what's wrong with most of the people on YouTube. You don't listen. You just don't listen to the words that people speak. You don't read properly. You read into things that aren't part of the subject matter. I explained now on 2 different occasions that the store was downloading an application in the store, Jack, that they themselves couldn't download because their internet in their store that sells cell phones wasn't powerful enough to download the app. So what does that have to do with internet's only available in the Philippines in some places? What? We're not talking about Palawan or Mindanao or Bacolod. We're talking about in a cell phone store in the city of Tagbilaran, in the BQ Mall, in the Alturas Mall. Why would you give that information that has nothing at all to do? Why? Because you people in general don't pay attention to the people that you're watching or listening to or what is being said. You do exactly what the people in the cell phone stores are doing. You just did what the people in the cell phone stores did. And I'll go over what is wrong with this in a minute. And what is wrong with you not paying attention is something else altogether. Somebody could give you instructions on how to do something and you don't do it, and you could kill yourself because you don't listen to instructions or words. Is 5G related to falling down in the streets like what happened in China? Or was that COVID? Bruce Thompson, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't watch videos from China. Oh boy, we have a lot of trolls today. Okay, there just aren't many good ball courts near the Dusty subdivision in Bantayan. Gilda would like to visit. No, that's not true. That's not true. You're breaking the rules, Dusty Island Experience, mentioning people's names, and that's just not allowed. Okay, so I'll just remove that comment. That's not allowed. You know better than that. Please don't mention people's names on my island. I mean, on my live stream. Please don't do that. It's not complicated. I don't do it on your live streams. I don't do it on your videos. I don't do it anywhere. And I don't understand why you do it, because you know better. So I remove the comments. If I see another one, then I'm going to just remove you. Don't mention people's names on my channel. It's not complicated. You can see DQ Labs. It's hilarious. Prunk is busted in another big lie. I did see that one. Two people sent that to me. Thank you for sharing. Bill Long. To talk to a Filipino, you have to dumb down yourself. To talk to a Filipino, you have to dumb yourself down. You will be fine. Okay, Dusty Island Experience. Now, he has something to say here. If Filipinos, now this is true. I already read the whole comment. If Filipinos would admit they don't understand what's being said rather than pretend they do when they don't, it could save a lot of needless mishaps, but that'll never happen. And that is probably the truest comment that has been said on this live stream. They refuse to admit proof of what Dusty Island Experience said is true. So at the Alturas Mall, they couldn't get the application to load because the internet wasn't strong enough. At the BQ Mall, they couldn't get the application to load because the internet wasn't strong enough. Yet, they sell cell phones, and they need the internet to be strong to load applications for people that buy the cell phones. But the answer was, I said, this is taking a long time. Sir, have some patience. Well, 90 minutes in one store to load an app that never loaded, and 45 minutes in another store to load an app that never loaded, and their answer is, have some patience. Well, how long should I stay here? As long as it takes, sir. So it may never happen. And in the BQ Mall, there were 7 people hovered around the phone trying to figure out why the application wouldn't load. Yet their answer was, have some patience. I said, well, why won't it load? Sir, we don't have good internet here. But that's not an answer. That's an excuse. You have a cell phone store with, I don't know, 20 million pesos worth of cell phones in the store, but you can't get the internet to load an application? That's not reasonable. All right, so that was Sunday. Monday, I go back to the store. First place I hit, City Squares, to the store that got the application. Keto Man, hello, Mr. Fazio. I hope you're doing well. Actually, I'm doing okay. Actually, it looks like the sun is going to come out. I'll be outside in a little while. David Icke said 5G was causing death. I do not believe it, but I would think twice before getting it. Well, I know about 5G, Bruce Thompson, and yeah, they can turn up those cell phone towers with a dial, like you would turn up the heat. They can cause bodily harm if they chose to do that. Yeah, Jack, I am calm. Okay, well, we do have fucking Troll City today. Oh my God, we have Philippines fun with JLB, the Ladyboy lover. He stopped by. Okay. Yeah, the Bantayan madman is still talking smack. Well, I hope that he gets his wish. I hope that he develops the balls, plural, to actually make a report. I hope he does that, make a report to the Panglao Police Department. That part I did here. Put his name on the report and have the Panglao Police Department, he mentioned something about the NBI. I hope he develops the balls to put his name on a docket, have them come, interview me, interview my neighbors, interview the children in the neighborhood, interview the my landlord, the owners of the hotel next door. I hope he has the balls to make a report, put his name on the report me to the Panglao Police Department, and or if they have something called Child Welfare Services here, to please report me. Please put your fucking name on a report. You have no balls to do that. You call on other people to do it, but you have no balls to do it yourself. Please, you call up the Panglao Police Department, put your name on a report, and report me making your accusations and your insinuations. Please put your name on a report. I asked you to do this several months ago. Please put all the details that you insinuate that happened on my property or might be happening on my property. Please do that. I will add that to the existing file I already have. But you have to put your name on the report. Otherwise, I won't be able, as an anonymous person. Now, if you did that already, you don't have the balls to put your name on a report. But if you did do that, well, apparently, whoever may or may not come to interview the neighbors and the children, if you did do that already, like you said you were going to do, but you have no balls to do that. But if you did do it, apparently they came and they forgot to talk to me. Or they came and talked to the neighbors and realized that your accusations were all false. That's all I could say about that. But I don't think you have the fucking balls to put your name on a police report. You have a big mouth. You have an imagination that completely fucking runs wild with no justification for the shit you say. How you have been allowed to get away with it this long, it amazes everybody on YouTube. But I'll say it again. You don't have the fucking balls to write your name on a police report and make the accusations that you insinuate on YouTube against Michael Fazio. You don't have the balls to do that because you are a very, very sneaky, very, very slippery, slimy little man. What could I say more than that? I could say a lot more than that, but if they came and they interviewed the children, well, they didn't interview me. If they came and interviewed the neighbors, well, they realized there's nothing wrong. And in regards to any wrongdoing, there's no justification for you to say that other than the fact that inside your mind is, in my opinion, twisted and demented. Could be jealousy that you are an underachiever. I'm an overachiever. You could be jealous of that. You could be jealous of so many things. But for me to ask you to put your name on a police report, I'm being serious. Put your name on a police report and make those accusations against me. I'm asking you to do that so that I can add it to the file. And you know what file I'm talking about. So far, nobody has come. I was with my neighbors last night when I got home from the city. I had a little snack with a few of the neighbors. They were selling food up the block. No one mentioned anybody coming to interview anybody, and I've been gone for 2 days, so that's where we're at. Now I'm going to go back to yesterday's battles. Yesterday's battles. Mr. Fazio, it sounds as though you lack the ability to make quick executive decisions when dealing with situations. Yeah, okay. I operated heavy equipment for 38 years and I never crushed or injured anybody. So, and I made a living doing that. So, Jack, I don't know who you are and I don't care, but you know better than that. Now we want to know about pyramids. Oh my God. Okay, so you guys want to troll me today? I'll just pass up your comments. Baggy Eyes is a high achiever, world's worst alleged professional photographer. And that's true. It actually takes a word to be as terrible as he is with the camera. Wait a second. Baggy Eyes is a high achiever, world's worst alleged professional photographer. It actually takes word to be as terrible as he is with the camera. Okay, I'm not able to read. Takes work. It takes work. That man doesn't even know what the word work means, other than the fact that he knows it's in the dictionary. To him, work is nothing. To me, work is humping a 3 by 12 by 14 foot on my shoulder, wet, walking up and down planks all day with tongue and groove sheathing for a bulkhead. To him, work is picking up a 3-ounce paintbrush. For him, that's work. For me, I hump a 160-pound piece of lumber or throwing an oxygen tank on my leg and walking 100 feet over 3 ramps to a barge, a 4-foot oxygen tank. To him, work is with a 3-ounce paintbrush. Work has different meanings for different people. Okay, so yesterday's experience in the city. Still no phone. So I decide to go back to City Squares and speak with the man who did get the GoPro app working within, probably within 45 minutes, the first on Sunday. So we get the app working again, and it's on his, not his phone, but his friend's, the girl that was working there, her phone. We get it working again, and it took a few minutes, and we paired up my Hero 7 with the phone, and I said, okay, I'll buy the phone. Because I'm over this. I want to buy the phone. Yes, sir. So they go and get me the phone. Now, online, the RENO5 5G, the new model, has Snapdragon 855, non-expandable after it has 128 gigs of memory, but non-expandable. But it has a 10 times zoom, and it has night vision. Well, the box they hand me is RENO5 5G, but it's a outdated version from 2018, which has no zoom capacity, no expandability for up to 256 gigs of RAM, and no Snapdragon 855. No Snapdragon at all. It has AMOLED. So I said to the man, I said, well, I want the RENO5 5G, with the 10 times optical zoom. Yes, sir. What do you mean, yes, sir? Yes, sir, this is the 5G. Yeah, but it doesn't say 10 times optical zoom on the box. No, sir. Well, show me the specifications for this phone. Put the model number in the internet. And Jack, I have more of an ability to make snap decisions than probably most people on YouTube. I already know where most of these conversations are going, but you have to have the patience of a saint to deal with these people, because they themselves are not trained to do the job that they are supposed to be performing. To be clear on that. What am I supposed to do? Get upset with 35 people that can't do the job that they're getting paid to do? Where will that get me at the end of the day? Get me nowhere. So I talk to them like they're little children, not because they don't know how to do the job that they're supposed to perform, it's because they were never trained to do the job that they have. So he shows me the specifications for the Hero 5, not the Hero 5, the RENO5 5G. That's the box that he has, that I have in my hand. And it's from 2018, the box, according to the model number, and it doesn't have the zoom or expandability, and it doesn't have Snapdragon. So I said, well, this is not the phone that you said you were going to get me today. Yes, sir. Because he said he was going to get me a phone for today. Yes, sir, this is the phone we got for you. But it's not the one I want. Yes, sir. But it's the 5G. But he's trying to sell me something that's not what I asked him to get, because it says 5G, but it's from 3 years ago. So I said, okay, you know what? I'll come back in a few days if I don't buy a phone, and I'll buy it from you if you have the RENO5 5G with the Snapdragon 855 and the zoom. Okay, thank you. So I leave. That was an hour and a half in that store, because when they were loading the app, I went out and I got some pan for one of the pharmacists around the corner. I went and got Pan for her because I promised her some Pan, because she's just a sweet girl, and she works 7 days a week, and she's just a nice lady. So I brought her, Michelle, the girl that's in one of my videos with the mask on. So I bought her and her friend Pan. So that took about 12 minutes, 13 minutes. So I get back, they don't have the phone. So I go from that store, I go to the new Altaurus Mall. Well, they don't have the RENO5 5G, but they have a sign that says we sell RENO5 5G. So I said, okay, that didn't work out. So I do some shopping, general shopping, and I said, you know what? Let me go back to the old Altaurus Mall, which is only 3 years old. Let me talk to those two girls that spent 90 minutes loading the application. Now it's getting on, it's late. It's already it's after 2 o'clock. I get up to the store and I said to the girls, I got an idea. I'll buy the RENO5 5G phone if it has the Snapdragon 855 and the optical zoom, and I'll go home and program it myself. Okay. We have to get our manager, who apparently the manager came in to the store yesterday at that time. So the manager comes over and she talks to me and asks me what the problem is. And I said, well, the problem is that the girls tried to load the program for 90 minutes. Yes, sir, but we didn't know the name of your phone. I said, but the girls called up City Squares and they got the name of my phone, Michael. I mean, my Hero 5, my Hero 7 camera was my, yes, sir, but the City Squares changed it, the girls changed it to Michael Fazio. Well, okay, so the name of my Hero 7 phone, GoPro camera, is Michael Fazio. Can you load the application? No, sir. Okay, no problem. I'll buy the phone. Okay, thank you, sir. Well, go get it. Yes, sir. So she tells the girl in Versailles to go get the phone. So the girl disappears. She comes back with a box that says RENO5, not 5G. And she goes, here you go, sir, 18,000 pesos. I said, ma'am, I want the RENO5 5G. Yes, sir. But we have the RENO 5. We have that here. And she hands it to me again, like, because she hands it to me, I'm going to buy it. So I said, well, I want the RENO 5 5G. Let me take a look, sir. So she disappears. I don't know where. She went into a store that didn't even say Oppo on it. Or nothing. I don't know. She went into a store. She went through a door. She disappeared. And about 10 minutes later, she came back. Sir, out of stock. And I said, but the girls said that you have it in stock. Yes, sir. And she hands me the box again that says RENO5. We have the RENO5, sir. But I say, but not the RENO5 5G. No, sir. But this is not the one I want. Yes, sir. But you can have this phone today. Okay. So, Jack, I made a snap decision. I didn't buy the phone. Does that qualify as a snap decision? I didn't buy the phone I didn't ask for. I didn't buy the phone I didn't want. I didn't buy the phone that had a different number than the number I wanted. I didn't get upset. I started laughing. And I walked out. I just said, okay, I don't want the phone. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. So now it's again getting on 3 o'clock, and I went back. That was a mistake. I went back to the ICM mall to order a phone from the Save and Earn. I will give them a deposit because I like that store and I like the people in the store. I want to give them a deposit to order the phone. So I go there and I spoke with the girl from the day before. And she goes, sir, we cannot take a deposit. Why? Well, we don't know when we're going to get a phone in. Can you call the boss? No, sir. Can you call the store that's in charge of your stores? No, sir. Well, who can you call? No one, sir. Who's in charge here? And so she shows me the lady that's in charge. So I talk to her. I says, I want to order the phone. I want to give you a deposit. No, sir. So they won't take a deposit. They won't order the phone. And they won't do it because they don't know if they're ever going to get that phone in stock. Because what I've been saying for a year, commerce in the Philippines has come to an all-time almost standstill. And it's getting worse every day. And that was the point of this video. I told you about the shipping companies, how they're selling the Carnival Cruise Lines and the Disney Cruise Line ships for scrap metal. I told you how they're selling cargo container ships for scrap metal. I told you how they're retiring cruise line ships that wouldn't be retiring for till the year 2024 normally. They're selling them for scrap metal. I told you that I couldn't get an Asus computer last March. And now we're into March again. It's 1 year. And I went into Thinking Tools, and they still have no Asus i9 computers, Pro Duos. They still have no Asus i9 computers. They no longer have the Asus Rogue for 78,000 pesos, which is not what I want anyway. It's an i7, but they don't have that in stock anymore. They no longer have any Asus, one Asus for 63,000 pesos, but that Asus last year was 43,000 pesos. So they raised the price 20,000 pesos for the same computer from last year. That's last year's stock because it's one of the last computers in the store that says Asus on it. So Asus is not shipping to Cebu. Cebu is not shipping to BOHOL. China is not shipping to Asus in Manila. Manila doesn't have the Asus Pro Duo anymore, and if they advertise it and you go to their website, it will say there's one in stock, and you say buy now, and then it will do one of two things. It will say this item is not available, or it will give you an outdated model that's 3 years old and not the newest version. So they're selling stuff that's 3 and 4 years old, but it's not the up-to-date version. So Asus isn't shipping. Oppo in the 11 stores that I went to, and I went to 11 stores, nobody has the RENO5 5G. They do have the RENO5 5G, the older model from 2018. They don't have the new model with the 10 times optical zoom. It's called the hybrid zoom. Now, Vivo is the only thing that runs close to it. And I said on Sunday, the man opened up a box with a Vivo phone for a sale, and he couldn't get the phone to work. So that was my way of understanding that Vivo was not the phone I wanted. So that's what's happening in the Philippines. Hapkido Man, I know all about the I know all about the large people up to 36 feet in size. I could go through that entire scenario of what they call the giants from even from biblical times. I could tell you that in 1908, because I'm going off topic now because now it's okay. I'm gonna go off. I'm gonna get off the phone. There are no Reno 5G phones in BOHOL. Don't go. Don't look. Don't bother looking. Don't ask anybody for one because they only have outdated version. Now, Hapkido Man. They have had from all over the flat earth, and the earth is flat. They have had tens of thousands of giants skeleton bone remains, tens of thousands all over the world. You want to call it the world, I call it the flat earth. Tens of thousands. What happened with all of those bones are that the museums, it becomes illegal for you to own those bones at some point somehow because they are deemed relics of antiquity, at which point the museum takes the bones from you or you donate them to a museum. So the largest cache of giant skeletal remain bones in the known universe or the flat earth was owned by the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, D.C. Apparently there weren't pounds or tons. There were dozens or hundreds of tons of skeletal remains from giants ranging from 8 or 9 feet up to 30 feet plus. Inside the storage of the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, D.C., prior to the year 1908. So they had, now the Vatican also has a cache of these bones, as do many other museums. But what the Smithsonian Institute did, now this is going to sound screwed up, but this is what they did. They took all the skeletal remains of all the giants' bones that they had in inventory, or so they said, all, and they put them on a ship, an ocean-going ship, and they brought them out into the deep ocean water and dumped the bones into the ocean. There was no real reason to do it at the time other than they just basically got rid of the evidence. That's true. You can look that up. I think that was in 1908, but it could have been 1911. Now, after that, you should know that all the bones in the Museum of Natural History of dinosaurs, hippopotamuses, those saber-toothed tigers, all that stuff, none of it's real bone. It's all manufactured bones. Especially for the dinosaur, like the T-Rex dinosaur. It's made from bones, but it's made from epoxies and bone fragments, pig bones, cow bones, stuff like that. So if you, Hapkido Man, were to go online right now, okay, so what was happening is a real dinosaur bone was selling for like $1 million. But they were not proven to be real, most of them. They were manufactured bones. So Hapkido Man, if you wanted to go online right now and order the collarbone for a T-Rex, you can do that. They'll just take one out of inventory or stock and sell you one. I don't know how much they are, but you can literally buy an individual bone or an elbow or a hand or a foot from almost any kind of dinosaur, and it's made out of bone, and it'll come with a certification that this is an actual size of an actual beast that lived 60 million years ago. It's all nonsense. It's all a lie. It's all lies. Okay, so, but you can go online and buy them right now, any dinosaur bone you want. So at the Museum of Natural History, which I used to frequent on actually Earth Day, I think that was April 20th, I think. On Earth Day, we used to go into the city, about, I don't know, a group of us. And we would go into the city on Earth Day, go to the Great Lawn in Central Park, and then we'd hit the Museum of Natural History either before or after. And just to see the dinosaurs and to look at the displays. I always thought that was a really cool place to hang out. And I had been going there since I'm about 5 years old. So I've been there many times, but I found out later on that maybe 4 years ago that none of those bones are real bones. They're not real. The dinosaur footprints even. Dinosaur bones have only been found from the year, right around the early 1800s was the first time anybody ever found a dinosaur bone. They actually manufactured a dinosaur industry. The people, the beings that run the world that I talk about all the time, they manufactured the dinosaur bone business. And they turned it into a business. But the only real bones that did exist from the ancient times were not dinosaur bones, because all dinosaur discoveries were after 1790, let's say. But the bones of the giants, Hapkido man, go back thousands of years. They were real. And those real bones, the Smithsonian took all of their cache of real bones and threw them in the ocean, and other museums got rid of them all around the same time, right around that same time. Why? Because it conflicts with the Bible, or it conflicts with civilizations, the history of civilization. If the giants lived 30,000 years ago, or 10,000 years ago, or 6,000 years ago, it destroys the storyline of the King James Bible and the world being 6,000 years old. It also destroys the concept that man is God's creation. There was many other creations before that, experimentation, alien DNA and genetics experimentation. So that's why they got rid of the giant skeletal remains. And there were skeletal remains that were found in every country, even places like Pennsylvania in the United States, Oregon, Michigan, China, Russia, Ireland, Iraq, Japan, all over the world. Giant skeletal remains were found, completely dismissed now as being fake. And the dinosaur bones that only started in the 1790s was a manufactured business that a few people control. From what I've read and what I understand, dinosaurs as we know them to be never existed. Dusty Island Experience. Love the Asus phones with the 5 mAh battery. Use it all day. And if you want, you never even have to think about it needing a charge. Asus phones. Now, I didn't see any Asus phones in Thinking Tools, so I don't even know. I don't know where to buy an Asus phone. I was in every phone store. I never saw the word Asus phone. I could check into that. Thank you. Asus Zenfone Max Pro. Camera, not so great, but battery is excellent. Okay, so, well, that wouldn't do me any good, Dusty Island Experience. I'll tell you why it wouldn't do me any good. In the last 3 years, I haven't made 20 phone calls from my cell phone. I have a landline, and well, I know for a fact I had my phone fixed about 18 months ago, before it got wet in the rain last week. But I only made one phone call in 18 months. So I want it for the camera and the zoom, so that I can, the macro photography, so I can show you what I'm doing out in the yard, which I'm going back to basics tomorrow. I'll be getting up at a decent time. I slept in today because for 2 days I walked around the city. I know for a fact I walked upwards of 8 to 10 miles. That's back and forth, up and down, stairs, no stairs, escalators that don't work, shopping for foods, shopping. I bought oh God, tarpaulin. I'm in the big, this is what it's like living in the Philippines. I'm in the BQ Mall, and in the grocery store, there's an Ace Hardware to the side. Okay, so since the day I got here, there was a huge section just devoted to the blue plastic vinyl that comes off in rolls. It's blue on one side, orange on the other. It's a cheap vinyl. You buy it by the yard. It's 78 pesos per meter, and it comes in 2-meter widths or 3-meter widths. Now that's just, it's not a tarpaulin, but that's what they call it. But anyway, it was in the tarpaulin section. So I spent an hour to buy a tarpaulin that was 6 feet away from where I was at the cash register, when the lady told me that the tarpaulins are no longer in the store. They're upstairs on the 4th floor. So I had no reason to doubt her. So they were in another store, the cheap plastic blue shit. It's not much thicker than a paper bag. So I went upstairs, and I ended up walking up an escalator and down an escalator just for the exercise. But when I got upstairs, I says, I want to buy a tarpaulin. Yes, sir, they're in the store downstairs. This is what it's like living here. So when I went downstairs to the store, I said to a different agent, a different counter person, where are the tarpaulins? And he says, over there, sir. They hid them. Where they were all out in the open on a big display. Well, now they're inside, like a pigeon coop, with the sizes that are in the pigeon coop. So you have to walk to the other side behind the cash register in the back, and then you can see them if you look, if you know where to look. Welcome to, that's why we're the sign, welcome to the Philippines. So I would never need an Asus phone for the phone. I need it for the I don't know anything about Peru. I would imagine still can find giant bones in Peru. Yeah, because they don't have registered museums. I believe that. Oh, if they don't have a place that sucks up all the bones, then you'll probably be able to find them there. You probably find them in people's backyards in Pennsylvania and Ohio and places like that. They've been finding these bones for thousands of years all over the world. It's not new. It's not unique to any one spot. It's so in Peru, if they don't have museums, then there would be nobody to steal your bones. Anyway, that's my experience with the Asus 5G, not the Asus, the RENO5 5G cell phones. There are none, zero RENO5 5G phones in BOHOL that are up-to-date current models. 2 stores have outdated models going back into 2018. The other stores only have the RENO4. And they have a new gimmick. You buy the RENO4, sir, and when 5G comes out in your area, you can upgrade it to 5G. Well, we have 5G in my area. Yes, sir. So you can upgrade it right away. Will that give me a 10 times hybrid optical zoom? No, sir. Will it give me 128 gigs of memory? No, sir. Will it give me a 64 megapixel front camera? No, sir. Will it give me a 2 megapixel macro? No, sir. But you can upgrade it to 5G. Okay, there you go. So I could have spent 2 days being pissed off at people. There's no reason to be mad at the people in the store. The problem is none of them go through a training process. If I go to 2 stores and ask them, can you call your supervisor or your boss, and both places tell you, no, sir, they cannot do that. Well, what happens if there's a real problem? I don't understand what happens if there's a real problem. What happens if there's a problem in the store? Who knows? What happens if someone falls down and gets hurt? Who do you call? No, sir, no supervisor. Okay. But, so, basically, at the 90-minute mark, if they hadn't accomplished getting my GoPro Hero 7 paired up with their phone, at the 90-minute mark, I left. To sum this up, and basically at the 90-minute mark, twice I was told, have some patience. As if 90 minutes isn't enough time for a phone store to put an app in their phone. And once at the 45-minute mark, have some patience. So that's 90 and 90. That's 3 hours, right? And 45 minutes, that's 4 hours. Altogether, I sat in cell phone stores for about somewhere over 7 hours waiting for an app to load. Altogether, I spent about 11 hours in 2 days in cell phone stores that didn't have the cell phone they advertised in front of the store. And altogether, I walked about 10 miles and hit every store in BOHOL for a phone that 8 or 9 of the 11 stores advertised in front of their store on a 5-foot-high placard. RENO5 5G cell phones available here, but they don't have... Now, they have the brochure for them, and they have that big 5-foot placard, but they don't have the cell phone themselves. So at this point, I'll read the comments, and then I'm going to go outside. I think I'm going to... If the sun comes out, I bought 4... I did have a big day at the paint store yesterday. I bought a gallon of turpentine. Yes, I did. And I bought another gallon of yellow paint. Sun Yellow, 611 Sun Yellow. The same color that's on my glasses. So now I have about 1 3/4 of a gallon of yellow paint to brighten stuff up. I bought a gallon of a white in case I want to paint the shelves in the container white. Now, if it's raining, I'm going to go straight outside. I'm going to the container. I may or may not make a video, but it won't be a live stream. The live stream doesn't work in the container, which is another reason why I wanted to buy the cell phone. And I wanted it demonstrated before I bought it, because the Hero 7 phone, when we got it to pair up in city squares in the Save and Earn, I said to the lady, how far will it go away before the signal drops off? But we never found that out, because they didn't have the RENO5 5G in stock. So we got it to work, but being that there was no RENO5 5G in stock, what was the point of seeing how far the signal would go, considering the Wi-Fi there was not so good? So really, it should be tested here. The only way to test it here is to buy it, and the only way to buy it is for them to have one, and they don't have one, so I couldn't buy it. But I will tell you, if it didn't rain for the last 2 days and today, I think I would be more upset, because it rained. It rained here yesterday. Oh my God, it rained here. We had rain in the city. The water it looked like rivers of septic water. I mean, water flowing through the streets. Every sewer, every sewerage canopy over the sewerage, every one of them, they were overflowing. Besides the smell, it looked like rivers of flowing water. And that's probably why my leg and foot got infected to begin with, besides the foreign matter that's in my foot from the welding rod. Now that's doing well. I took my medication. If I posted the video of my leg that I sent out to a few friends of mine, it would definitely get flagged as, what do they call that? It wouldn't be, it's not illegal to post what my leg looks like, but it's not, you can't monetize it, but it's graphic. It would probably be considered graphic content, not graphic violence, but graphic content. So I won't post that. But what my leg looked like 5 weeks ago, when I went to the first hospital 5 weeks ago and got medication that didn't work, then 3 weeks ago, on the 18th, I went, on the 18th, I went to a different, what day was that? Let's go back 1 month. The 18th was a Friday? No, it might have been the 19th. Well, I can tell you exactly. What is 2 weeks? 2 weeks ago from yesterday is the 9th. It was yesterday, today. Okay, so that was the 2nd. 1 more week on top of that would have been 28th. Yeah, I think it was the 20th or maybe the 21st. I went to a second hospital, saw a doctor. She gave me a prescription. She forgot. I went in and I said, I want you to draw a culture from my leg. Yes, sir. They made me wait about 45 minutes in the room. She came in and she cleaned up the wounds. She said, we can do 2 things. You won't die. We can give you medication for a couple of weeks, and we'll see if the wounds clear up. Or we could admit you to the hospital, and then we will debride the wounds. And I said, well, okay, I have time. I can go into the hospital. How much will that cost? I don't know, sir. So let's go to the admitting office. We'll find out. Sir, 20,000 pesos, $400. I said, okay, I could do that. So $400 for today? Yes, sir. So I'll be here for today and tomorrow? Yes, sir. So 40,000 pesos. Is that correct? No, sir. Well, 20 and 20 is 40. Yes, sir. Well, what is the 20,000? Well, okay, so tell me break this down for me. 20 for today, 20 for tomorrow, that's 40, but you're saying no, sir. Yes, sir. The doctor. Oh, the doctor. Okay, so 20,000 pesos does not cover the doctor. No, sir. Now, I'm going to tell you something, and you could believe it or not. When I went and got my wound debrided, a different wound, going on 2 years now, the nurse did it in the emergency room. She debrided the wound. It took about, I don't know, might have been in the chair 20 minutes. Okay? So this is about the same size. Well, for the first day in the hospital, they wanted 90,000 pesos, almost $2,000, for the doctor to debride the wound, which is not going to be a doctor, it's going to be a nurse. And then the next day, for the doctor to come and look at the wound, debrided, and the intravenous from yesterday and today, is another 90,000 pesos, maybe 100,000. And then, so basically they wanted $2,000 per day, $2,000 per day, and they assured me I would be in the hospital for 2 days, possibly 3 or 4. So I said, why don't we just do a culture, and you give me the medicine, and we'll see how that works out. Okay, so I said, so I won't die in the meantime. She goes, no, the medicine may cure it. So right now, well, 80% of the wounds on my legs, they were all little wounds, but 80% healed up. So in a few days, I'll know whether or not I have to get a different prescription, because there's another prescription I can take that should clear it up. But I have to go to a doctor for the prescription. It's a 30-day prescription. It's called Levaquin. And I'll have to go to a doctor to get that. And the hospital that I went to, she may or may not have been able to prescribe that. She gave me something else, which worked fine. So, but they want, to give you an idea, in the Philippines, they wanted approximately, and no guarantee, $2,000 a day for me to just go in and have a simple debriding that should take a nurse 20 minutes, and then intravenous drugs. So $2,000 a day for 2, possibly 3, maybe 4 days. So I opted for the antibiotics. I thought that was reasonable, considering it looks like it's going to work. But I have gone to the hospital. Oh, and by the way, so after she got started looking at my leg, after I asked her twice to do a culture, she forgot. And she goes, yes, sir. And then when it was all cleaned and washed up and she had it bandaged, I said, are you going to do a culture now? Now that it's bandaged up and taped closed, are you going to do a culture? Yes, sir. When are you going to do the culture? You come back next week, sir. I said, so you forgot to do the culture? Yes, sir. You come back next week. So after requesting a culture twice, she forgot, cleaned the wounds, bandaged it up, and sent me on my way. So I went to the pharmacy in that hospital. I won't name the hospital. And I said to them, do you have this tape, this 3M tape? I'm just trying to give you an idea what it's like to live in the Philippines. So this is 3M. This is the good stuff. Do you have that tape? Yes, sir. Okay, give me 5 rolls. I don't care what it costs. No, sir. What do you mean, no, sir? So that tape is for the doctors only. You will have to go to another pharmacy. We only have stock for the doctors. Okay? Can you give me what they call a bindle of gauze pads? These are gauze pads. Can you give me a bindle of these? This bag was full. No, sir. But the nurse just gave me this. She came to the pharmacy. It's on the bill for this bindle of gauze pads. Yes, sir. Those are only for the doctors. So they don't have, these gauze pads are about 6 inches wide and 14 inches long. They don't have gauze pads in the hospital pharmacy to sell to the public. Only the doctors can buy the tape and the gauze pads. So I go to another pharmacy. And then I went to 5 more after that. And this is what I got. In 5 pharmacies, one pharmacy had this roll. They had 2 rolls, this size, 18 pesos per roll, and that's all. No pharmacy, none, 0. Not one of the 5 pharmacies in BOHOL had what they call a bindle of gauze pads. Not even one. So they have these little rolls of gauze about this big. The roll's it's about the size of a nickel or a peso. It's in a little roll. So I've been using that. But none of them had the tape. So the tape, this tape here, I bought these 2 rolls. These were the last 2 rolls of so-called surgical tape in BOHOL, and I own them. 2 rolls. So I asked them to order the rolls for me, and that's the girl, Michelle, that I bought the cake for. And that was going back 2 weeks ago. So now she showed me the empty box. They still have the empty box from these rolls. Do you have gauze? No. Do you have any more tape? And she walked over and grabbed the empty box and looked in the box like this, like you'd look for the last cookie. No, sir, we don't have the tape. It did not come in. Commerce here in the Philippines is at a standstill. Do you have the rolls of the gauze? No, sir. They didn't have the bindles. So 5 stores. One store had these 2 little rolls. Wait, I lied. One store had these 2 little rolls. They were 18 pesos per roll. And at the ICM mall, okay, they had this roll here, right there. This roll at the pharmacia that I go to was 18 pesos. In the ICM mall, they had this roll, this brand, it's the same brand, Kenix or something, begins with a K. They had these rolls In my pharmacy, 18 pesos. At the ICM mall, they had this roll, but it was in a little plastic bubble wrap. Not a bag, like a little, one of those heat shrunk things. 74 pesos. For this roll, same roll. So this was 18. 18 and 18 is 36. 36 and 36 is 72. So at the ICM mall, this was 4 times the price plus 2 more pesos. For the same roll, the same manufacturer, and the same size, the rolls were 4 times the price, but they had no gauze. They had no rolls of gauze. They had no bindles of gauze. None at all at the ICM mall. So they did have tape at 74 pesos per roll. 4 times what anybody else charges. So this stuff here, I'll let these rolls go for 50 pesos each plus shipping. If you need to buy surgical tape in the Philippines, I have the last 2 rolls at a reasonable price. So what do? I bought several rolls of, I bought the last several rolls of gauze bandaging, and that's it. I own all the gauze in BOHOL, except for the doctor's supply. They can get gauze, but I own all the private stock of gauze and surgical tape in BOHOL. I own it. If you want to buy it from me, I'll sell it to you at a reasonable price. You could bid on this shit. Okay. Mr. Willis is here. Hello, Mr. Willis. I'm doing well, Mr. Willis. Thank you for stopping by. I was in the middle of a dissertation on what you can and cannot buy here in the Philippines. Hapkido Man and Mr. Willis saying hello. Laughing my ass off. I bought telekinesis and 3.2 milligrams of Ativan. I don't know what that is. But telekinesis. Okay. Pretty boy Krikevic. Welcome to the machine. Mr. Willis is saying hello. I see the ladyboy lover was here. He got shit canned before I could even read his comment. I see the ladyboy lover was here talking stink. Wonder if that was a legit account. Screw him. Well, Mr. Willis, before you got here, I had 7 or 8 trolls, and I shit canned Bobo sister, and I'll tell you why, Mr. Willis. On One Lonely Farmer's live stream the other day, Bobo sister said something. And then, this is how these piece of shit trolls work. Then the next 2 comments down was from Fat Slob Blog's sister. So, Bobo sister has a troll account called Fat Slob Blog's sister. Sister gives it away. Then I saw that same method, Bobo sister and Fat Slob Blog sister, all within a minute. And then today, and trolling. Nothing intelligent to say. Now, I told Bobo sister, don't come on my channel if you're going to troll me. And yet, he or she did. So I blocked him too. And I'll block Fat Slob Blogs. But there were probably 7 trolls that came straight to my channel asking me to make sure I wear clothes when I'm live streaming. So apparently there's some sort of coalition, the coalition of losers, that are going to harass me because of what they call my escapades. And what I asked them to do, Mr. Willis, is I asked them legitimately to put their name on a legal, legitimate complaint. Send, call, come to, email the Panglao Police Department with their name, their phone number, their address if that's required, and make out a legitimate report against me asking for the police, NBI, Panglao, investigators to come to my house and investigate me because of some creepy little bastard saying he might have a dark side. He might be giving the children candy when he doesn't have clothes on. We don't know that's not happening. So we had a series of trolls this morning. You might be able to read the comments, but I would read them halfway through and block them. So we did have a big troll day today, and that's what happened there. The Ladyboy Lover. That name stuck like white on rice. I'm proud of that name I gave him. I'm proud of a lot of names I gave people. So I got a new phone with zero financing, says Mr. Willis. Mr. Willis, that's another thing. I should talk about that aspect of phones. Thanks for bringing that up. In the Philippines, there is no insurance on your phones. So like in America, whenever I had a phone, I would buy the phone and I'd buy a contract, an insurance contract for about $4 a month, $5 a month. But if I lost my phone, they'd give me another phone. If one time my phone got ran over by a forklift, literally ran over by a forklift, and it crushed it into, teeny little pieces. It was just a bunch of broken plastic. And I brought it back to the cell phone store. They gave me another phone. And that was for $5 a month. Here they have no cell phone insurance against loss, and they only replace the parts for 1 year. And what they'll do is, for 14 days, they'll replace the phone. After 14 days, you give them the phone, they ship it out for you. And it could take 3 weeks, could take 3 months with COVID to get the phone back. It possibly could take longer. But there's no insurance, no 0%. There is financing, but I wouldn't know how to do that. 5G capable. Will it give me mind control and genetic disruption? Yes, sir. 5G is made for that. They want you dead. Oh, yeah. I would believe that. I mean, when I worked for the United States Air Force, installing the ground wire at the Boca Chica Naval Air Force Station in Key West, near Key West, I worked putting the ground wire in, but I was on the job for 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. It was a government job, but I stayed with the man. I don't want to give away the exact how the radar towers work, but not so far away from the tower, there's a building. I never saw anything like this. It was like in a movie. And in the building, there's just a brick and mortar building. I don't know, might have been 14 feet high, the outside of the building. No windows, just a door. And you went into the building, and it was just industrial grade shelving, and there were thousands of whatever they were electronic components about 8 or 10 inches high, 24 inches wide, and 24 inches deep. And in the back of each one of those components were several dozen wires, maybe 100 wires, maybe 10 wires. And all of those components were connected somehow to one of 2 radar towers. So I don't know what all that stuff did. But the guy who ran that building, he was the caretaker of the computer, those pieces of electronics that did the avionics and all that stuff. And he said that they can turn up the towers even back in, what was this, going back into 2005, 2006, I think I worked on those jobs. He said they could turn up the towers powerful enough to fry you as a person from thousands of feet away if they wanted to. So, and it's just a question of turning a dial. Now, if you were in the radar tower and they turned it on, I don't know if you'd feel anything, but you'd be dead in 15 minutes. It would cook you. You might not feel anything, and then you might just freeze up and die. But you could not live 15 minutes in the tower if it was on. And they also had the ability to lower it where you could work on it while it was on. So those things are adjustable. Pretty Boy Kirkevic says, "Sir, I believe that phone will pair with your GoPro up to 1 kilometer away. Do you know this?" "No, sir, I'm not sure, but it will pair..." Oh, now you're being facetious. "No, sir, I'm not sure, but it will pair at least 10 meters away or 1 kilometer possibly by it." Yeah, I only need it. It's raining again, so I'm going to go back to talking. I only need it to pair up. The cell phone can be hooked up to the Wi-Fi in the ceiling. The cell phone can be outside in the waterproof shack next to the container. And the GoPro could be out in the rain if it starts raining. Either way, the cell phone's only going to be 8 meters away from the Wi-Fi, and the Hero 7's only going to be 3 meters away from the cell phone. So theoretically, it should work, but I never got that far. Psychokinesis, says Dennis Adam. He is the great researcher. Hello, Dennis. Thank you for stopping by. Psychokinesis, or telekinesis, is an alleged psychic ability allowing a person to influence a physical system without physical interaction. Right. Like when the Navy and the Air Force did those experiments, they would put somebody on a submarine. They call it the double blind test. They put somebody in a submarine around the world, and they'd show somebody in wherever, Washington, D.C., a picture in a soundproof laboratory with no electronics in it, and they would show them the picture at, let's say, noon, and then the person in the submarine on the other side of the flat earth would draw a picture of what the first person was looking at. And they had some interesting results. They know it. They know it's real. It's called the psi factor, and you're rated by your psi factor ability. Some people, twins, are supposed to have a higher psi factor. That's why, in case you haven't noticed, the Schrodinger's kangaroo's twin brother is back online today, I noticed. I could tell you the name of the video. Yeah, the psychic link is... And also, I was thinking about... Actually, I was thinking about reviving Schrodinger's kangaroo altogether, bringing him right back to life. I can do that. Because what you guys don't know about Schrodinger's kangaroo is that this was a big plan that we had to defraud all of YouTube and the world. Oh yeah, this was a big plan. We had this planned out for a long time. I was the only person that didn't know about the plan, but the plan existed. You're going to have to hold on for a minute. I got somebody outside. I'll be right back. Somebody just leave a message that I'll be back in a minute. I have somebody outside that wants to talk to me. Be right back. Yeah, I'll be right there. Yes, sir, indeed. Yeah, Schrodinger's kangaroo and I, we had this dark, devious plan to defraud all the people of the YouTube community. And it didn't work out exactly as Schrodinger's kangaroo had thought it would, because at the end of the day, I didn't want to follow the plan, which I was never aware of, by the way. It was only his plan And he figured I would follow his plan till the end for some strange reason that only existed in Schrodinger's kangaroo's mind. It had nothing to do with my concept of reality. Where's my glasses? Uh-oh. I'll leave those outside. Oh, no. Okay, so, but what I can do for you people, is I can bring back Schrodinger's kangaroo, because although you think, well, I know what I was going to do. I was going to give you he's got these videos that he had posted months ago. He reposted them. I see they're reposted today. And one of them is, these are classics. These are classic videos. Let's see if they're still up. Oh, yeah. They're listed under Deputy File, Nip It in the Bud. Deputy File, Nip It in the Bud. It only has, well, maybe I could get to the live stream. Maybe I could do that. Maybe I could post the link in the live stream. I opened it up in a new page, right? Okay.
I have a legit question.
I did open it up in a new page. So let me... Now I would have to go here. Yeah, this guy, Schrodinger's kangaroo, he's back. And let me tell you how he got back. What happened was... Well, first of all, he died. Okay, we all know that. But this guy didn't just die once. No, that didn't happen. He died several times. Now, the first time, Jesus came back and revived him. That was the first time. On the third day, he arose again. But then he died again. And then he's been dead now several weeks. So, the only way to get him back is to give you some backstory, which is total bullshit. I'm going to lie to you for the next minute and a half. I'm going to lie, and I'm going to enjoy every moment of it. So, what Schrodinger's kangaroo did when he was revived, him and I never talked about this. This is all in my mind that this happened. None of it's true. It's all bullshit. I took the authority to have Schrodinger's kangaroo cryo frozen. I froze the little guy, the big guy. I froze the fat bastard. And when I froze him up, I froze him good too. I mean, I put him in one. It was a double size cryogenic chamber, and we had to pay 4 times the price of a normal cryogenic chamber fee, because double the size does not double the price. When it comes to cryogenics, it quadrupled the price. Anyway, I took it on good authority to do this for him in case he ever wanted to come back to life. And he did. I heard through a psychokinesis drawing that I was doing. I was on a submarine on the other side of the earth underneath 2,000 feet of water. And the psychokinesis came over me that Schrodinger's dead kangaroo wanted to come back to life. Well, that's okay for me. That works out nice. So what I did is I went to the cryogenic chamber people. Oh yeah, I could do this. I could do this. I went to the
I could do this.
I could do this. I went to the cryogenic chamber people, and I says, I want to bring back Schrodinger's kangaroo guy. And the guy said to me, it's going to be expensive, because it doesn't take double the chemicals to bring them back after they're dead for like a couple of months. And plus he's twice as big or 3 times as big as the average cryo freeze. So Schrodinger's kangaroo, I decided to bring him back about a week ago. He didn't know he was coming back, though. He thought he was going to remain dead forever. He thought this was it. But I brought him back once. I had Jesus bring him back on the 3rd day he arose. But now, I just posted a link 3 times. And that channel that the link is to, what is that channel's name? The name of the channel is Deputy Fife Nip It in the Bud. And that, my friends, is Schrodinger's Kangaroo Revive, the revival. I'll post that also. Yeah, yes, sir. So altogether, it costed me about $80,000 to bring him back from the dead after being dead, what, 5 weeks, 6 weeks? About exactly as much money as he was going to pay for the 2nd floor of the hotel. So now he owes me $80,000 for the fucking time he wasted telling me he was going to buy the hotel, and another $80,000 for the cost of the cryo freeze and the thawing out. And I expect that to go directly into one of my bank accounts that he has the number for. But it does appear that not only did I unfreeze the pardon the expression, the fat bastard, but he is now back posting again on YouTube. Probably under multiple names. Now that he's back, he's got to make up for lost time. So that is the name of his channel. And those videos, if you go to that channel, I'll give you, I'll show it to you. Those videos. I'll show you his channel, what it looks like. And then he only has 3 videos. And one of them is Nobody Mourned for Me, wah wah, W-A-A-H, W-A-A, hint, hint. Nobody mourned for me, wah wah. Okay, let me see if I turn this around so I could see what you see. Okay, there's the 3 videos on this channel. Yeah, the fat man is back. Nobody Mourned for Me, wah wah, W-A-A-H, W-A-A-H. The Deputy Fife Nip It in the Bud file. And did you ever own a clapboard shit shack in Hawaii, which has nothing at all to do with Hawaii? And Deputy Fife's life in a kennel with a dog and the fleas. Okay, so we all know this video is, I'm going to see if I could get this up here. We all know this video. We all know this girl as to be the friend of probably the world's greatest fraud. And that's the name of the video, Deputy Fife's Life in a Kennel with a Dog and Fleas. So you can thank me for bringing back the world's greatest, by far, scammer that has ever graced or disgraced the pages of YouTube, the YouTube community. So I did that. Okay, I brought him back. I decided instead of him giving me $80,000 for the hotel, I decided to bring him back. So now he's officially thawed out. Mentally, probably there are more problems now than there were before he got frozen, because not all that shit unfreezes properly. Certainly, he's the most disturbed human being on YouTube, even far surpassing that of anybody's mentioned on my channel ever. and he defrauded, disgraced, humiliated hundreds of people, literally hundreds of people, before he pulled the ultimate fence jump. If there was an Olympics for fence jumping, the Schrodinger's kangaroo, the dead Schrodinger's kangaroo, now the live Schrodinger's kangaroo would win hands down the fence jumping Olympics. Although, from the last time I saw him, it would have to be a very low fence. Something, maybe the only fence I think that he'd ever be able to jump over is if you took the legs off a ping pong table, and you know the little white mesh that goes across the ping pong table. He might be able to jump over that. Maybe. Of course, the ping pong table would be shattered into a million pieces, but the only fence that I ever picture Deputy Fife ever jumping over is a fence the size of that little white band on a ping pong table. So if you see him around, if you want to go to his channel and subscribe, I gave you the link. I'll give you the link to this video as well. This way you could see what Schrodinger's kangaroo is up to, because he's back. Apparently he came out of hiding for some reason. Why is this not? YouTube does some strange shit to me lately, I'll tell you that. YouTube is not letting me copy and paste the name of that video file. And when it did, it's doing it in 2 places. So yeah. So here's the link. I'll copy it and I'll post the link 3 times, and that's the name of the video with that shall we call her a young lady, going nuts on another YouTube blogger, which is interesting in and of itself, because it looks like the fat man, I mean Schrodinger's kangaroo, is trying to jump back over the fence, which will only happen if he now deposits $160,000 into my bank account. That's the only way that'll ever happen. Well, let me go back up and read the comments. Alan Watt died. Blue Devil. Okay, so I guess... Okay, you do know there's a difference. All right, hold on a second. I'll get to that in a minute. Alan Watt died. Alan Watt died. I never liked Alan Watt. He copied off of Alan Watts, and it was a bad copy at that. I'll tell you why. I have listened to Alan Watt. I have no use for the man at all. Okay, so telekinesis or kinesis from Dennis Adam is an alleged psychic ability, and that's why I brought Schrodinger's fat man kangaroo back from the dead. I was in the submarine with the Navy doing a conspiracy theory, testing my telekinesis when I got the vision to bring Schrodinger's fat dead kangaroo back to life. So I brought him back to life. I went there and paid $80,000. Now you owe me $160,000. And Mr. Willis says, Pretty Boy Kirkevic, they will say anything to make a sale. And yes, they will. I want a RENO5 5G phone. And they give you a box that says RENO5 on the box. And they say, yes, sir, this is a RENO5. But they know damn well it's not the RENO5 5G. They don't care. They never cared. They're never going to care. They will say anything. Like making a pencil move across the table without touching the pencil. That's true. Dennis Adam, be right back. Okay, thank you. Pretty Boy Krakevic, hello. Mr. Willis, probably. Dennis Adam, hello, Pretty Boy Krakevic. On a white sand beach in a tropical paradise, I could live in that house fine. Instead of worrying about status and collecting physical stuff, it moves focus to nature and surrounding and thought. Imagine, I think you're talking about the house that I sent the video of out to the dead Schrodinger's dead kangaroo. Okay, so Blue Devil says Alan Watt died. Alan Watt, to me, was one of the most boring narrators on YouTube. Okay? He would draw shit out forever. None of the subject matter he ever discussed was his own. He basically was theoretically copying from Alan Watts, with an S, plural, who, if there was or is a relationship to, I don't know. I never did any research, but I remember waking up in the 1970s at 5 o'clock on a Sunday morning, setting the alarm to listen to Alan Watts talk for 35 minutes on WABC. And I actually have had all of those recorded on a reel-to-reel. So Alan Watts Sr., who was making videos since the 1930s, him I liked. But Alan Watt, the new guy, never liked him, never listened to an entire video of his. For some reason, somewhere between the beginning and when I shut it off, my mind jammed up. I never liked the guy. Something, I don't know, something about him. Okay, so I didn't know that he died, and he probably was trying to do well, but he was nothing compared to Alan Watts, the original Alan Watts. Tommy Boy says Kangaroo Boy is a total fraud. No, he's the world's greatest fraud. He supersedes everybody else's fraudulent abilities by multitudes of levels, in multitudes of levels, on multitudes of levels. When I went outside before, I had the man, Leo, the man who comes to collect the wood. And I have the extra wood that I have no use for. He stopped by. He wanted to know if I'd have any wood for him today. I don't know what they do with it. And I gave him also, you might see, I gave him, I gave him a bunch of plastic, just plastic stuff that I had that I don't need. When I went through the inside of the container I'm going to be moving the container soon. Also, I will be, probably, I bought the materials to build something on top of the container. It won't be as big as where I live now, but it'll be big enough for me to live in. It'll give me a nice view. And talking about views, I think one of the reasons I wanted to buy the RENO5 5G phone was to blog why I think that the second floor of the hotel will be worth $150,000. However, because it would give it to me in 64 megapixel live streaming. You hear that dog? They're such good dogs, too. I mean, if I go over to the fence and play with the dogs, they're good dogs, but damn, they don't stop. I don't know that you can hear that. The girl is next door with her children. And the dog just doesn't like when the girl leaves the house, the caretaker. Sometimes that goes on for 14, 15 hours a day. Milton William Cooper, Tommy boy, he was a really good guy. You know, that guy, he told some truth. That's why they killed that boy. And everybody knows why they killed him. He was talking about stuff. Things bigger than a football field coming out of the ocean and flying up into space in like 3 seconds, gone. They don't like that kind of shit. Okay, Blue Devil. Fence. But it pearls before swine. Let's see if we missed. He spared the truth movement. Alan Watt talked against Alan Watt's crew, Alex Huxley and Bernard Russell. I would have to take your word for that. I mean, if you asked me who Bernard Russell was, I would tell you offhand I don't remember. I know the name. If you asked me who Alex Huxley was, I would say I know he wrote a book, Strange New World, I think it was. I don't think it was 1984, but I know he wrote a book. I don't know what, I've read that stuff, but I don't remember the names. And if he spared the truth movement, Alan Watt talked against Alan Watt's crew. Alan Watts, to me, was one of the greatest thinkers of all time. And that goes back to Shakespeare. And the reason is, he explained what is called the Samadhi experience, or the Buddha consciousness, or the Christ consciousness, in multiple ways, so that regular, simple street folk could understand it. But there was something that Alan Watts did that no other narrator ever did before or after. He knew the terms in the cultures that they came from to describe what was occurring during meditation and meditation practices. Like, for instance, enlightenment is called the Samadhi experience, or the Buddha consciousness, or the Christ consciousness, or enlightenment. And he would explain it in those 4 different ways. Christ consciousness from purely a biblical point of view, because those were the words that Christ knew how to use. Buddha consciousness, because Buddha lived in a different part of the world. The Samadhi experience, or what they call the Zen, the awakening. He knew, and then he knew the words that went along with the experiences in the languages and the cultures that he spoke about. And he didn't speak in that language, but he knew the words that associated with them, because he was an actual, real mover and a shaker. He went to those countries and lived in the monasteries with the priests and the monks, and in those Tibetan tribal cultures. He lived with them and learned the words. He was a lot more intelligent than anybody else that ever spoke about those subjects. Now, many people speak about the subjects. I do too. For instance, enlightenment, or the Samadhi experience, in Zen is taught by Zen masters or teachers or gurus that it exists, but they can't make it happen. But when it does happen, then you know it happened. And Alan Watts had a way of expressing that much better than I just said it. But when you experience enlightenment and you were brought up as a Christian, you're going to experience enlightenment with the tones of God and devil and Satan and heaven and hell, because those are your concepts of enlightenment. But after you're in that state of enlightenment for a certain period of time, you'll realize that how foolish that shit really is. So, but initially, the reason people go into a monastery or into a temple to achieve enlightenment, which 1 in 10,000 achieve, they go in because they want this thing to happen, but they also need, and it's been proven every time, you need to have some sort of structure for enlightenment to happen to you and it to be beneficial. Otherwise, you might just go off on some weird tangent like Adolf Hitler. Okay? Enlightenment doesn't mean you're going to be like Christ. Enlightenment doesn't mean that you're going to be a good person. Enlightenment, if you have a history of mental illness and you become enlightened, your mental illness might become a reality where you think it's okay to do things that go against the norm of society. And that's what Alan Watts used to bring to the table. How the gurus and the mystic masters would bring enlightenment to their students in a way that when enlightenment happened to the students, there would be structure and somebody for the student to seek out help from. Because enlightenment is something that you people, you don't understand what enlightenment means. I briefly surmised enlightenment. Believe me when I tell you, there have been people as evil as Hitler who have been enlightened, and their regime just got more intensified in destruction and hell-bent practices. So enlightenment doesn't mean you're going to be a Hare Krishna or an enlightened guru like Jesus or Buddha. It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean something else altogether. Usually it does mean a higher purpose, that you use your powers that be. And you have powers. Oh, you have powers when you are enlightened. You have powers that go beyond those of mortal men. But to try to describe those powers, Alan Watts came closer to describing what enlightenment was than anybody else, although many people have tried. There might be somebody else that has 1 or 2 lectures on enlightenment that similar to Alan Watts, but Alan Watts could describe it to a Christian or a non-sectarian type of religion, and he would describe it using the words, and then he would also do the mantras in the different languages. He would do a Christian meditation chant that the monks would do. He would do Muslim chant, like that chant, Allah, Allah, Allah. But he did it with the accent of a Muslim person. He did it with the accent of a Chinese priest. So he could do that where other people could not do that. Frank Johnson from Cebu. Hello, Frank Johnson. Welcome. So Alan Watts, in my opinion, was... No, not Allah Akbar. That's something else altogether. But Alan Watts studied. See, if you go back and you study religion, all religions, like I did, because I was trained by somebody very similar to Alan Watts. His name was Norm Tolson. And Norm Tolson could also do that. But there was a big difference with Norm Tolson. Norm Tolson was a government agent. He lived in a plush apartment building at 333 East 79th Street with a beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, multiple room layout. And he had his own private yard on the first floor of 333 East 79th Street. Okay? There was no fucking way that Norm Tolson could afford this apartment on a government pension. Now, I don't know what else he did, but I do know he worked for the government. And he would take 6 students, he'd interview however many students, and he would take 6 students and train us for somewhere between 4 and 6 months, depending on the season. And that was Tuesdays and Thursdays between 7 o'clock at night till 10 o'clock at night for 3 hours, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and from Saturday morning at 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at night. And he only took the students that he thought would follow the regime of 4 days a week, 3 hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and 12 on Saturday and Sunday. And all he did was teach us different ways to focus our thoughts. Telekinesis was one, psychokinesis was another, distant viewing, Carillion photography. He brought the equipment home from MIT. He was associated with MIT. He was associated with Columbia University. He could walk into the science department at any major college in the tri-state area and take out any piece of scientific equipment that he wanted to bring to the class. So, and he also taught us religion and theology and philosophy, along with meditation. No physical aspect of the teaching other than meditation. So I was trained by someone just like Alan Watts, but Norm, he worked for the United States government. There was no doubt about that. He would bring shit home from laboratories that we were doing Carillion photography experimentation in 1973. We may have been some of the first people on Earth to do Carillion photography outside of a national laboratory. And he would bring the equipment home. It wasn't much of equipment per se, but he also would bring home 32 millimeter cameras and set the cameras up in the room when we did these experiments. So he was recording it on reel-to-reel on the big camera reels. It was 72 millimeter, excuse me, the big reel-to-reel 72 millimeter cameras. He'd set them up and record, 8 or 10 second blips. And he would record it on reel-to-reel. And he would record the date, the name of the person that he was doing the experiment with, and what the results were. Especially that Carillion photography thing, to make light. expand around your fingertips, and how far you could make the light expand around your fingertips. We did all kinds of shit like that. So Alan Watts was like that. And I trained with a guy, and I did that with him. Well, the object was to reach enlightenment, which, if anybody else did, I don't know about it. But that was when I was building a boat. And when I reached that point, I could literally just look at the boat from 35 feet away from the basement and just look at the boat. I couldn't see what I was looking at because the boat, I needed a piece of wood for like a chine in the back of the boat. And I would just look at the boat and I'd say, okay. And I'd walk over to the bandsaw and cut a piece of wood. And I'd go outside to the boat with no pencil and no ruler, and it would fit. That is enlightenment. Or other things you could do. Those were parlor tricks. You could do many more things. You could influence the thoughts of others. One of my favorite tricks was to run through a football field and throw a dime up in the air. And I was blindfolded and had a canvas bag over my head. And I would throw up the dime in the air, and I'd run across the football field. And on the way back, I'd stop, blindfolded, reach down, pick up the dime, and run to the other end of the football field and just touch the fence, all blindfolded. That's not possible. That's just not possible. Just like it's not possible to look at a boat from 35 feet away and cut a piece of wood that fits perfectly, as if you spent hours cutting the wood or making the wood fit. That's enlightenment. It doesn't last for a long time, but that's what Alan Watts did for people. That's what Norm did, except that Norm did it for the government, and everything was recorded and copied and time-stamped, and his wife Jo was always there in the background writing down all the information and who was doing what experiment and what, and taking notes on the thing. So I guess he was an independent contractor, because I don't know how much that apartment cost. I could have maybe had it on rent control, but that apartment was, what a beautiful place. Multiple bedrooms. As you walk into the front entrance of 333 East 79th Street, let's see, you'd walk in and you'd go up 3 steps to get into the mezzanine section of the building, the platform. And then you'd walk into the building. It was all glass. It was about 40 feet across. And the security door officer was there, whatever. They had security back then at that building. And then you'd walk, you'd see an open area, and you'd walk around to the right, and there were, from that front entrance, you could see a yard in the middle of the building. And around that yard were apartments, and he lived in one of those apartments on the first floor. Yeah, Timothy Leary also worked for the government. Frank Johnson from Cebu, hello. Thank you for stopping by. Bike Mender. Alan Watts was similar to Timothy Leary and Terrence McKinley, a form of Logan's Journey. I've watched Terrence McKinley's videos. I think he's the one that does... Isn't he the one that does that, I forgot the name of the chemical that they use, they smoke it, and they all go to the same place, they all see the same thing, they all have the same experience. What the hell's the name of that shit? It's not mescaline. It's some kind of chemical. I think they smoke it, and within MSD, no, I forgot the name of it. But whatever they do, in 20 seconds after you smoke it, apparently everybody that smokes it sees into a different dimension, and they all see similar stuff. Somebody want to write that? No, it's not LSD. That was Timothy Leary. Terrence McKinley. Somebody will come up with it. But that that for that to happen, well, I could just Google it. So for that to happen, for everybody in the world that ever does that drug come to see the same forms of creatures and to go to the same place and to experience another psychic dimension, for it to happen, and they all see a similar vision. It's not like somebody sees a white rabbit and the other guy sees a blue elephant. It's not like that. They all see the same shit. The Noahide laws, Blue Devil. Those are some strange laws. They want you dead. Those people want you dead. That's true. Well, they actually run the world. I'll give you the name of a video that you can follow up on that. I'll give it to you right now. I have it up on the screen. I don't want to tell you who sent this to me. It's not on YouTube. And they'll probably destroy my view counts for giving this to you, but I'll do it anyway. It's on BitChute. That's not it. That's not it. Hold on a second. Yeah. Here it is. I got it. You want to get sick? Okay. First of all, the Noahide laws are real. They're real. What they state in the Noahide laws is what's happening now today. What I told you would happen 10 years ago is happening now today because I read the Noahide laws. But if you want sick, I'll give you sick. I'm not getting off the subject of that what is terror? Did somebody write down what that chemical was yet? DMT, that's it. DMT. A DMT trip. Thank you. Thank you, Blue Devil. Okay, Blue Devil. This video I'm going to post the link to. It's not allowed on YouTube, but it is true. And everything in the video is certainly true. There's no doubt. This is not, it's not CGI, and it's not a third party saying what's in the video. These are the actual, you want to call them Jewish scholars, that understand how to read something called the Kabbalah, and that they don't believe that the Kabbalah is a book of prophecy. They don't believe that at all. They know it's a working manual for what has occurred in the past and what's about to occur in the future. These are not people that believe that this is a prophetic book, the Kabbalah. They believe it's an instructional manual of what's going to happen. And I don't know how to get, yeah, okay. So I'm only going to, Blue Devil. Okay, so I'm just telling you this because when you watch this video, you need to understand, and anybody else out there that watches this video, you need to understand these are not a bunch of crazy people. These are people that run the political structure of America, Israel, Germany, France, Russia. These are the people that run the show. And they just happen to be from an ancient sect that's related to the Jews that goes back pre-Moses for sure. So, how would I get that up? I'd have to... Okay, I'm going to post the link. Hold on a minute. Don't post anything. Let me give you the name of the channel. It's called No, K-N-O-W. No More, M-O-R-E, News, N-E-W-S. No More News. Okay, now, No More News is the name of the channel that's posting it, and it's a BitChute link. Okay, now, when you watch this video, if you take an hour of your life and watch this video, you'll see that what I had told you was going to happen 10 years ago, that's happening now. I did not get my information from this video, but I did get my information from glimpses into this remnant society that is in this video. In other words, there's a society that rules the earth. Now, biblically speaking, and the Bible is basically a bullshit story fabricated by Sir Francis Bacon in 1325, but he was also part and parcel of the writing of the Bible, the rewriting, the restructuring of the wording of the Bible to make the chosen people as part of a major factor in the Bible. And the chosen people of all of history has always been the Jews. But this video that I just posted the link for, it goes into a lot more detail as to why they are the chosen people. But what it leaves out, or what if it's in there, I missed it. It leaves out that they only work for something else that's even a higher authority or more powerful than them. But they gave this power to this sect of Jewish leaders because they would be the ones to follow through with the measures and the rules with no remorse or empathy for the people of the world, because they are about getting ready to pull the plug on the world. You people think I'm kidding. Now, I could name 100 things I referenced in the last 10 years that people said I was crazy or lying about, and I could name 100 of those things that have absolutely come true. I was not the first person to talk about them spraying shit up in the sky. Some people call it chemtrails. I was not the first person, but I was one of the major contributors to that concept. It's all true. It's all true. I was one of the first people to talk about vaccinations and what it would do to the population. That came true. Okay. I was one of the first people to tell you that radiation is destroying the sperm count in and has been for the last 75 years all over the world. And you people are stone stupid. You don't listen. You just don't listen. Okay? You just don't listen. I don't understand why you don't listen. I'm right about this. So I said 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, I told you people that the sperm count in you, your girlfriends, your wives, and your daughters for the egg fertility count or egg fertility is going down. And I told you unequivocally, no bullshit, matter of fact, that the average man 50 years old today has half the sperm count that his grandfather had at the same age. However, if a man that's 50 years old today has children, and those children have children, that man's grandchild in the year 2050 will not be able to have children without artificial insemination. So that's not a joke. That's not an exaggeration. This is the government that tells you this. Now they're coming out with it. But I told you this 10 years ago. And that was a conspiracy theory. But now it's not a conspiracy theory anymore. And I am a little bit upset that I took that video down. I had it, I had it up on my tab page for about 2 weeks. Let me see if it's in my history. But now I've been telling you people that this was going to happen. And you just don't listen. And now it's happening. Okay, there is no... And a lot of people have said that the government is going to eventually, they're going to stop trying to hide it. And they stopped. And what happened, I told you Donald Trump was a piece of garbage, and he was. Did he stop? Did he stop the people from tearing down tens or hundreds of millions of dollars of statues, bronze statues and stone statues that had representative of history? Did he stop that? No. Did he stop? Did he stop and say that there might be a possibility that this new thing they want to give you in your arm might do damage to you? No, he did not. He proliferated that because he was part of the plan. I told you he was a piece of shit, and he was a piece of shit. And anybody that doesn't understand, well, they don't know anything about Donald Trump. I'm looking for that video. I may or may not have had it. It was in low sperm count. I know that's what it said. I'm going through my history. But he did not stop the thing that Joe Biden is pushing on everybody. And he could have. He could have said, in my opinion, and this may not be a good thing, but he didn't do that. So Donald Trump is more part of the establishment than you ever want to believe. I'm still looking for that video. My history is Department Facebook, habitual, no, it's not that. Boy, I don't remember where the hell it was. I know it had to do with low sperm count. I know who has it up. Bart Sabrill. Bart Sabrill. I'm going to have to Google that. Bart Sabrill should have it up on his channel. I just remembered the name. So, now, there's also another empire that works behind and reinforces the Kabbalah, the Jewish rule of the world, and that empire is called let's see, what was the name of that empire? The Tatarians? Yeah, the Tatarian Empire. They have basically controlled the world and all countries, and including Russia and Donald Trump and Biden and everybody else. They control. They actually are responsible for the ley lines of New York City and laying it out, in Washington, D.C. These people are not human, that like we know them to be. And there's so much information that you people don't understand. You don't do any research. But digressing back, I'm gonna go here for a minute. I'm gonna go to Bart Sabrill. Bart Sabrill. It should be an A-R-T. Bart Sabrill. This video was on Bart Sabrill's website. I don't know if it's still there. Fertility Drop International. All right, here it is, right here.
Medicine for the current.
Okay, so the Fertility Drop International is not Bart Sabrill's baby. It's not his idea. It's not something he created. It is factual government statistics that in the year 20, well, they say 2040. The original thoughts on this were 2050, but by 2050, fertility, casual sex, and having babies will pretty much be a memory. That's over. That's over. And within 10 years from now, from today, about 50% of all children born will be autistic to some degree. So you're not paying attention. So all these things I told you years ago, they're all coming true. So the reason I mention this is because you hear a lot of people say, you don't know what the hell you're talking. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Because I spent thousands of hours researching for my book, I came across some of the weirdest things. Plus, you don't understand who Norm Tolson was. More than who Norm Tolson, that he worked for the government, and more than Norm Tolson was a researcher into psychic phenomena, he also shared information about things that you just wouldn't believe possible. And things the government knew about and knows about and just wouldn't share with the people. Not even to this day. This stuff is classified. But now, was he telling us the truth? He had no reason to lie to us. He certainly didn't need to lie to us. He told us enough shit that was true for us to believe him. He was not a liar. He was a lot of things, but he didn't lie. So I told you that the fertility count in mankind would go down, and in 30 years from now, having babies from casual sex might be 1 in a million. According to that article I just posted. It won't happen. And then in that article, it tells you why it won't happen. And inside the link I gave you before that, to the Kabbalah and the Jewish rabbis that know about the Kabbalah, it's all part and parcel of the same thing. It's all controlled. The state of Israel being formed in 1947 and World War II, and it's all been planned for not years, but thousands of years in advance, because they've done this before. So you people think that I'm some crazy guy on YouTube, and I think you're stone fucking stupid for not listening to me, even after I've proven so much stuff is true. Let me go back here. So Alan Watt dying, okay. Timothy Leary. Aleister Crowley were all government agents, MI5. Probably. I mean, that's how they got to be famous, right? Timothy Leary. Oh. We don't know if she was or not his daughter, but it's possible. The Noahide laws. I talked about that in a long time. Okay, Blue Devil, I'm glad you got it. The Ashkenazi Jews. Oh, yeah, they're really smart. But they're really sadistic and evil people at the same time. They use their intelligence to control. You know, there's a theory that we're running out of space to feed the world. I mean, every person in the entire world could live in the great state of Texas, and there'd be plenty of room for more. They lie to you about a lot of stuff. Ian Stewart Calderwood. How about this? How about India? 50% of the population is under 25 years of age. In 1900, it was 250 million. Total world population. 7.8 billion, rising 81 million a year. Oh, they're going to fix that. Don't worry about that. That's a thing of the past. In 30 years, there will not be any babies being born. Now, hello, Frank Rizzo. Thank you for stopping by. Now, one day, a long time ago, I told you about Stargate SG-1. Episode, I think it was episode 10. It might have even season 10. It's called the Ashin. Ashin, A-S-H-I-N or A-C-H-I-N. Episode 10, season 10, the Ashin. And the Ashin were some super race that they met. The Ashin are the Ashkenazi Jews in real life. And the Ashin were reducing the fertility rate of Amanda Carter and all the other women to where they couldn't have babies anymore. And she found out about this. And when she told her friends, they realized that in 200 years, there would be no more humans born. And so they were reducing the population by a few percentage points per year. It's very slowly. Even though the technology far superseded anything that we had at the time, they gave us technology to transfer from one planet to another in 1 second. They gave us technology where you never got sick. They gave us transportation technology to go from your house to Mount Everest in 10 seconds. But they also were taking away the fertility rate because they wanted the planet for themselves. So rather than just come in and annihilate the planet in a major war, they were reducing the fertility rate to where there would be no humans to fight the war 200 years from now. That's real. That was not a fictitious plot. That's real. It's actually the same percentage of what's really happening. That was not a conspiracy theory. It was not a movie plot. It was real. It's real today. It was real in 2010 when they made the movie, when they made the video. It was the real statistics. It was the real amounts of percentage points drops. Now, I said it in 1 or 2 videos that I made, and then a guy named Enter the Stars said, "What is your favorite SG-1 conspiracy theory plot?" He's a black guy that does these instructional videos. What does a video mean? Enter the Stars, or Entertainment the Stars. I think it's Enter the Stars. Anyway, he's pretty good at what he does. He goes off on some tangents that have nothing to do with reality, but probably 4 out of 10 people gave him that episode, and I gave it to him as well. He knows who I am. And I also helped him with some things he missed about the ley lines in New York City and where Trump lives, Trump Towers. He missed a few things that I pointed out to him, and he said thank you in his next video, and showed the people some of the things that he missed, and he gave me credit for it. But you have no idea what's going on. So now, when 4 people out of 10 people recommended that conspiracy theory of SG-1, that was his also. So there's a lot of people out there that know that is true. And then he did a special on that series, on that video, how true it is. So it's not just me that saw that as a true story. It's not just me that saw it as a conspiracy concept. It's not just me that saw it as factual. It's not just me that knew it to be factual. A lot of people that watch his channel, you could say we're all equally crazy. Yeah, okay. But, what have you discovered lately that large swaths of people throughout the world believe is true? And now that some people I'm a conspiracy. Now these people believe in these conspiracy theories. But the same people that 75% of the people that believe them now, 10 years ago called us, my friends like myself, Manny and JGB, They called us nut jobs, conspiracy theory, and it's all coming true now. And now it's too late. But digressing back to something that Donald Trump allowed, he allowed people to take down tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars worth of statues. They're erasing history. Trump allowed that. Trump allowed the riots to take place. One of the greatest weapons that the military has is the sound cannons, non-lethal sound cannons, NLS. See, non-lethal sound cannons. They didn't use even one during the riots. Not once did they ever take them out. Police departments have them. They just didn't use them. Because they wanted the destruction and the hysteria. This way, the neighborhood declines. The insurance company pays out their money if there is insurance on the buildings. And the people that run the insurance companies buy up the property for pennies on the dollar, refurbish the neighborhood, and make trillions of dollars. Except that's not going to happen anymore. You can forget that. I talked about this the other day. There's never going to be an economy like there was 2 years ago. Never going to happen. Ain't never going to happen. Whatever you see now is going down. It's never going back up. When you hear stories that, oh, the economy, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. The Green Party, the people that want to reduce the carbon footprint, it's all bullshit, but they're in control, and they're going to do it. You are never, ever, ever, ever going to be born and be able to go to work and start a business and build up a small business and, I don't know, end up owning a race car, like a NASCAR, where you need millions of dollars. You become, it'll happen occasionally, a little bit here and there, but the millionaires that were made in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and the 80s, that's never going to happen again. You people will be lucky if you're able to buy food 5 years from now. In fact, I don't think the year 2030 for the Great Reset is even reasonable. I think 2021, 10 months from now, is much closer to the truth for the Great Reset. You have no idea what's in store for you. I have to get water. I need a bottle of water. And then I'll read the comments, and then I'll take a look outside. It's still drizzling. I can't do what I wanted to do outside today. I want to show you something else that you're not going to believe about the Philippines. This is an amazing thing. When I get back with my water. So, when I went, well, I should read the comments. Frank Rizzo says, legend. He likes my videos. Thank you, Frank. Tamara, purple sweetgrass. a 60s scoop I don't know what that means. A 60s scoop Obadiah, who married the son, I think that's some sort of Mason, who married the son of a Canadian External Affairs as well as a Minister of Justice, Karma, the only grandchildren from the First Nation woman having some more DNA. Okay? Enter the stars, says Tamara Purple Sweetgrass McGuiran. Is a pretty biblical smart, but many did things he stole. Yeah, he's gone over a lot of topics that other people have gone over. But he does it with that biblical shit, and that just pisses me off. Because first of all, he goes off on these weird tangents about God. And I have a problem with that. So, but I listen, but he's right about a lot of stuff. Biblical smart, but many did things that he stole. Trump has the mark of the beast, mega stands for 22, being the highest in the satanic church. That I would agree with. You don't become president unless you're part of a very deep, dark, secret society. All right, now we're getting into more of that biblical prophecy. Naughty Beaver showed the great signs in the heavens September 23rd, 2017, making September 23rd, 2021 will be the Antichrist will be known by everyone. I think that's what I just said, that the end of this year is the end of the world as we know it. Oh, here's the comments here. Okay. Tamara Magdalene does the truth on New World Order and what's happened and their great reset, as all of the Illuminati cards made in the early 90s is right on target. I don't read the tarot cards. I don't know a thing about tarot cards. I don't believe in that. I really don't believe in tarot card reading. I don't believe in it because the tarot cards are open to interpretation. And if you get somebody that's really good at bullshitting you, you'll believe whatever they say. And I knew a girl named Penny, Penny, who was supposed to be a tarot card reader in Rockaway. You know, wherever there's a bazaar, there's a tarot card reader. And that girl was a fucking total fraud. She was just a total fraud. And this is going back to 1973, 74, 75. I knew her for about 5 or 6 years because she was my girlfriend's girlfriend. And she was one of a family of actual gypsies. They were just bullshit artists. So she would tell me if I gave her $10, which was a lot of money back then, if I gave her $10, she would pray for me that this, that, or the other thing would happen. And I don't know if I ever gave her $10. I might have gave her $2 or $3. Probably why my wishes never came true. But she was just a total bullshit artist. That's how she made a living, collecting. And she would lay the tarot cards out on the table. You have a question. It was all bullshit. So after that, whenever anybody ever puts a tarot card on the table, the deck, I tell them, here's what I want from you. If you're a psychic, you'll know what card I'm going to pull. And if they don't guess the card I'm going to pull, we're done. Okay? Now, I don't wait for them. I don't pull the card and then wait for them to give me an answer. I make them tell me what card I'm going to pull, and then I pick up the deck. Because I don't know, somehow they might have it marked or somebody could see it. It's all bullshit. But getting past that. September 23rd is when the Antichrist is coming, huh? Oh, this is Illuminati cards. Oh, I'm thinking, okay. Yeah, that, to me, the Illuminati cards, they're real. I read that from far away. I thought it said tarot cards. Tamara is the word I was reading. Okay. The Great Reset, the Illuminati card. I don't know about the Illuminati cards. To be honest with you, I don't think I've ever looked at those cards. I've seen a few of them. I don't. That kind of shit doesn't interest me. I wouldn't say that they didn't know, because I've said for my whole life that they know in advance what's going to happen. History is not necessarily made. I believe that all the major events that have ever occurred, and all civilization, America being formed, the Great Pyramid being built by the same people that formed Europe and the United States, the same people that are behind the formation of all the great buildings, the Vatican, the museums, the Alexander Library, all those things were all built by the same people or beings, otherwise known. You could call them what the hell's in the Tartarians? The Tartarian Empire. Now, if you really go into the Tartarian Empire, you'll see that all the greatest, most ornate, beautiful buildings in New York City were somehow all built with symbolic architecture in them that all has to do with symbolic architecture that's in Europe and Russia and China and Japan and Korea, and goes back into Rome and before that, and then goes back 50,000 years past that. The symbology, symbolisms on some of the capstones of the buildings, let's say, those little, they look like cameos, and then the ornate around the cameos, they're all built by some sort of, even though they're different architects from different eras, they're all part of a much more secret society that knows about certain things. Like, you look at the cathedrals. Who the hell knew how to do this stuff? How? You know, yeah, okay, they did it, but there was some sort of connection between something otherworldly that allowed them to do it. The Chrysler Building was the most highly advanced building in the world at the time. One of the most ornate buildings in the world, even to this day. But who designed it also designed many other famous buildings, some of which it just goes beyond the pale of how they designed this stuff. And there's so much written history about these people that are behind the scenes builders for stuff. To get off on that tangent, I'll have to go do some more research. Right. We are the useless eaters, as Henry Kissinger called us. Ian Stewart Calderwood. We are the useless eaters. That's why I don't put much emphasis on following the beaten path. Never did. But I knew this years ago. And I knew it because when I trained with Norm Tolson and reached these higher states of consciousness, besides what Norm told me about how the world really works, the world does not work like you think it does. I could even tell you stories about things that happened, let's say, events that happened, let's say, in New York City in the 1970s or the 1980s that you read about every day, day in and day out. I could tell you stories about how none of it's true, or how they got it so wrong, or that they made up a story to go along with an event. An event happened, and they just put a story together. The world does not work like you think it does. And proof of that, how they just make shit up, is the last day I did a political satire video was the day after the election. You're not going to make me believe that the most people in the history of all of voting came out and voted for Mr. Biden. You're not going to make me believe that. I'm sorry, I'm not going to believe it. It may have happened, but I just don't believe it. And you're not going to make me believe that George Soros, the day after the election, visited Barack Obama when he was going to fight Hillary Clinton for the presidency. That was the New World Order's way of saying, Barack Obama is our man. Hillary Clinton, you don't stand a chance. And Joe Biden got the same courtesy. When there was going to be a problem with the election, George Soros visited Joe Biden, not Donald Trump. So immediately after the election, I'm going to do this. Never once did I ever say that Donald Trump was ever going to be successful. First of all, Donald Trump is a piece of shit, and always was. Second of all, his main guy, Rudy Giuliani, he is one of the biggest criminals, if not among the top 5 biggest criminals, in my opinion, in the world, that the world has ever seen. He knew about what was going to happen on September 11th of 2001. He did nothing to stop it, and he did nothing to get to the bottom of the truth. And neither did Trump. He broke his promise with, we're going to get to the truth. And remember what happened last March when Trump announced that we have a pandemic? What day was that? Same day that architects for 9/11 released their report saying that it was impossible for those buildings to fall down. And what took first place precedence on the pages of the paper? The pandemic. Why? Because they were burying the architects for 9/11 story. Nobody followed it. Now they post their information with 3,000 architects proving this, that, and or the other thing may have happened, and nobody reads about it because it's not important anymore. Nothing is important anymore. The only thing that's important now is what they say is important. But nothing that was real, like 9/11, is important anymore. Except that what I tell you is the truth. We don't have much longer. So if you're intending on getting married and starting a family, which is pretty cool to do, if you're planning on doing that shit, you better do it right away. If you think you're going to want children to grow up and you see them, because I don't think the world has 10 years. I don't think it does. And there was a guy who did a park review. Los Angeles Park, I don't know, in the city of Los Angeles. The homeless people in the park, they took over the park. And it's some sort of landmark park. It's right in the middle of Los Angeles City. Well, now it's a tent encampment for welfare, and mostly drug addicts and mentally disturbed people. But they're not doing anything about getting rid of them. There's too many people that are living in tents, and yet they built all those FEMA camps that can house 15 or 20 million people. There's a FEMA camp in Alaska. I think it'll house 2 million people. I think. I'm not real sure about that. But they have them all over the place. But they're not putting the people in them. But I think they'll start doing that soon. You hear the rain. Oh, yeah, it's fucking raining. It is raining. Ah, yeah, that's who wrote Alex Huxley wrote a brief. You know, I just saw a documentary on Alex. I was the guy I couldn't remember. I saw a documentary on Alex Huxley about 4 days ago. I think when I came home from the city Sunday night, 3 days ago. Oh yeah, the vacant homes in America, they could house every man, woman, and child. Alex Huxley, the documentary, if I remember correctly, was born in 1900 and he lived to 1947. He died at 47 from complications from tuberculosis. I think I remember seeing that. And he was talking about a brave new world. His wife was in the documentary, I think, or his choreographer. And he said that his concept of the future somehow just came to him. And that it would have been probably a little more morbid if he didn't have tuberculosis. So, I don't remember the names of people like that. He's not my favorite writer, but I don't... Did I ever see the movie A Brave New World? I think I had to read it in high school, but I don't remember it. And I don't know that I ever saw the movie. Maybe I did. I have up on my screen to watch. That's gone too. I had up on my screen to watch a movie similar to that. It was the one that you mentioned before. How Timothy Leary, Alan Watts, it was a debate. Here it is. I'll give you the name of it. Alan Watts debate Timothy Leary and Allen Ginsberg and Gary Schneider, 1967. I didn't listen to it yet. I'll give you that the name of that video. I think this is going to be interesting because all of these guys, I'm pretty sure they were all into lysergic acid. That's what happened to the thing. All right, it didn't copy. So YouTube is really screwing me around. I highlight something and copy it, and something else posts in its place. Okay, here it is 3 times. I think this is going to be an interesting video to watch. Now, I didn't watch it yet. It was recommended to me from a friend of mine. And something else that Alan Watts believed was possible, and is, and always has been, is that to reach certain states of enlightenment, basically, you do it through meditation, different types of meditation and prayer. But it's also possible to reach those states of enlightenment. The Indian witch doctors and the Indian shamans used to use chemicals to reach those states of enlightenment, but they were coerced or choreographed to, and they were trained from the time they were young men to use things called peyote and psilocybin, I think it's called, different types of mind-altering drugs. And they would go into these trances and come back from other dimensions with knowledge. So Alan Watts also talked about that as well. And so did Timothy Leary. Just like that guy with the DMT talks about going into other dimensions. Chemicals do it, just not the good way to do it. Sometimes they kill you also. So, as you can hear, it's raining. What else I wanted to tell you about this tarpaulin. Okay, this is an amazing thing. So, this material, it's just some shit. It's like a vinyl. It's a vinyl floor covering. You just put it down on the floor, and yeah, basically you have a new floor. But I didn't buy it for the floor. I bought it for the roof of the container. The container has a hole in the roof about that big, and it leaks water. Probably leaking a lot of water now. And I don't care. It doesn't leak it on anything special. But I went into the store to buy. It's on big rolls. The rolls are about 6 inches in diameter, and it's 1.7 meters wide, almost 6 feet. So typically, it sells for, it's cheap, 85 pesos per meter for this one. This is the cheapest one. I just wanted to put over the hole as a cover. It's thicker than the other stuff that I had, and I didn't have a big enough piece to put over the hole. I only need a piece about 24 inches wide and 2 meters long. Anyway, I go into the store and I tell the lady, I want to buy, it was green. The one I wanted was green. Yes, sir. How much is it a meter? 90 pesos a meter. All right, give me 1 meter. No, sir. No, sir. What? No, sir. Why no, sir? So you have to buy minimum 1.5 meters. I mean, the roll is 50 meters long, I guess. I don't know. People come in and buy enough to do a bathroom, or a kitchen. Who knows what they come in and buy, but they might buy 2 meters or 3 meters or 5 meters or 6 meters. But now they're mandating that you can't buy 1 meter of the materials. You have to buy 1.5 meters minimum. I guess, that's the new rule. So you can't buy, no longer can you buy 1 meter. Used to be you could go in and buy 1 meter. I don't think I ever bought less than that. If I only need a meter, what am I going to do? I just pick the piece up and throw it out, the rest of it. I don't need it. But now I had to buy 1.5 meters of the material. So they got new rules. You can't buy small amount. Now, but they also have this thing they're doing with food that's really pissing me off. And it's really pissing me off. I mean, really pissing me off. What the food stores are doing to the Filipino people. So, a year ago, pork was 185 pesos for lean pork. About 6 months ago, it was up to 225 pesos per kilo for lean pork. And then the next time I went in, it went from 225 to 255. So that's 30 pesos. That's 25% increase for pork, for lean pork. But it's not so lean as it used to be. There's a lot of fat in it, which is okay. I like fat. It's good for you too, the fat. But that's not what pisses me off. What pisses me off is that they raised the price of pork 30 pesos from 225 to 255, which is 25%. That doesn't piss me off. But what does piss me off is that the government, the Philippines government, I saw a documentary in Visayas saying that that was illegal to do that. About, I guess I saw it 2 nights ago, about 3 o'clock in the morning. I woke up and I was just listening to, it had in the title, The Price of Pork, Baboy, the price of Baboy. And it showed you 255. So I knew what they were talking about. So even though I don't understand Visayas, I watched the video. And they were like people from all the farmers were talking why they had to charge 255. The government was saying that it was illegal to go up to 255. The business people were saying 255 was a good price. The consumers were all in agreement 25% increase was too much. And yet, that price increase is already going on 5 or 6 months old. So, I don't know if they'll do anything about that. But for a Filipino person, for a 25% increase for one product, that's a lot. Especially a lot of places that sell pork, like street vendors, restaurants. They have to cut down on their sizes. It's freaking crazy. 25% increase. Think about this. Think about what would happen. Now, all the products in the store, I could tell you for certain, this bottle of tequila, this is water. But when I first moved to the Philippines, I think this was about 100 pesos. So 7 years ago, now it's up to 190. So it's doubled in price. Rum, for a 1 liter bottle, last year was 102 pesos. Now rum is 138 pesos. So that went up 38% in one jump. From 102 last year before Christmas to 138 now for a liter. That's a 38% increase. And that's their main staple. That Tanduay gut rot they drink is their main staple. 38% increase. Peanut butter? Oh, that's very upsetting. I'll show it to you. You want if you like peanut butter, this is gonna make you cry. Literally, I think you're gonna cry. Go get a fucking napkin. You're gonna cry when you see this. If you like peanut butter, you're screwed. You are screwed. And I'm not even kidding you about this. So here is an empty peanut butter jar. It's called Lily's Classic Peanut Butter. Now, I know exactly what this cost. It's 2 kilos. And this is exactly $8 when I bought it. $8 exactly. It's like $8.04. So $8. It was, when I started buying this size, about $6.50. And I have not been eating a lot of peanut butter, but the first time I found this size, it was a new product, it was $6.50. So in 1 year, 1.5 years, it went from $6.50, $325 pesos, to 400 pesos. So it went up $1.50 on a $6.50 item. It went up 20%. Okay, so this went up 20% in 18 months. So what I did was, when I saw it jump up to $8, I think I bought 2 of them because there were only 2 available. That's all that was on the shelf. So I said to the lady, can you go back and see if there's another case? No, sir. No stock. I don't know if they were stock or not. That's what they said. So I took the 2 of them. This goes back about 6, 7, 8 months ago. I took the 2 of them, and I have one, and I used one up. I don't know if this is just an empty container. It's got to get washed out. We're going to put nails or screws in here. But now, the biggest peanut butter now. And it's shit peanut butter. I mean, if you were going to eat it, you'd say, it's fucking, compared to Skippy's or whatever, Skippy's peanut butter or Peter Pan, this is shit. You open it up, and the first 3/4 of an inch is oil. I don't know if it's peanut oil or 90 or 68 hydraulic fluid. I can't tell the difference. So in order to mix that in, you can't. It won't remix. It won't liquefy back, and you can't, because on the bottom it's hard as a rock. So you have to get to the bottom to chip it out like frozen ice cream. So you can't reinstitute it as a liquid. So you gotta mix this in as you go down, but you can't get down much deeper than this because it starts to get very hard at the bottom. So in the last 6 months, I go to the peanut butter aisle and I look for this. Not there anymore. The biggest peanut butter you can buy from Lily's is now this big, 16 ounces. So that's a pound is 16 ounces, right? So that's a quarter of a kilo. That's the biggest you can buy, quarter kilo. From 2 kilos to a quarter of a kilo. That's the biggest. You can't buy anything bigger than this. Now, if they do, I haven't seen it. And ICM that used to carry this doesn't carry this at all anymore. But you can buy this size in Lily's peanut butter. And it tastes like shit. The only reason why I bought it is because you put it on a piece of bread. If you want a snack, you're working out in the yard or something, it fills you up. But it's just a shit product. If you put you have to add a little salt to it, and I can't add salt, so it still tastes like shit. No more big peanut butter. Now, this was the only big one they ever had. Now the biggest peanut butter you could buy is 16 ounces in this and 28 ounces in something else. But if you want to buy a 28-ounce bottle of Peter Pan from the International, it's something like $10 for not 28 ounces, might be 22 ounces. It's expensive. For a little teeny peanut butter, a jar of peanut butter about this big, it's $2.50 for Peter Pan. I would put that on one afternoon sandwich. If I was going to have peanut butter and jelly, the amount of peanut butter in that jar for $2.50 would make me 2 sandwiches. They're really screwing the people here with the prices of food. I mean, really screwing them big time. Yeah, they profit much more on the small containers, but look at the tax the small containers puts on the environment. More plastic, more trucks, more shipping, more PVCs, more plastic being used, more use of fossil fuels, more cracking has to be done on the fossil fuels to make plastic. It destroys the environment. The smaller the container, the more environmental impact it has. And the containers are useless. What are you going to put in this? I mean, I use them for, this I wouldn't use for anything. This I just keep laying around for throw water on a plant. But what would you use a small container like this for? Nothing. What are you going to store in it? At least in this, you could store rice, or you could put garlic or onions or something and put it in the refrigerator and have it in a nice little container. You can't use, I have a lot of these containers, probably 6 or 7 of them. But they really serve no purpose, the little containers. The government is allowing this. I don't know if they're allowing it to take place, if they're behind it. That's a little bit of a conspiracy theory that's out of control. But the Chinese that own the food stores, they're doing it on purpose, that's for sure. The food prices, I've said this before, I'll tell you again. First of all, it was confirmed yesterday. Yesterday it was confirmed that the owner of the ICM mall, according to the person I spoke with, they're pretty sure that it's a Chinese corporation. BQ Mall is also pretty sure it's a Chinese corporation. The way prices work in the Philippines, BQ was the first supermarket I ever went to in the Philippines, in BOHOL, and it was this ratty looking. It was clean, but the linoleum was from like the 1970s, the linoleum floors. The lighting was terrible. The aisles were small. It was old, really old. But they had the food, and it was clean, but it was just old looking. But it was nothing wrong. The meat was I never got a bad piece of meat anywhere I bought meat, ICM or the BQ Mall. Never got a bad piece of meat. I don't give a shit when anybody says it might smell near the meat department because they don't clean the drains properly. But the meat itself, I've never got even a stomach ache from anything I've ever bought from them. From any food store in the Philippines. Never got Montezuma's Revenge. Never had a bad piece of meat. Never got... I got food poisoning, but it wasn't from a store. It was from something I ate from somebody that cooked something. Probably just was on the table too long, but on their table, not my table. So anyway, so the BQ had bread at the time for 23 pesos per loaf. But I also went to the ICM mall, and their price was 23 pesos per loaf. However, the ICM mall was a little bit newer, but apparently it said it came under new ownership. So they renovated the ICM mall, which was old, but not old like the BQ mall. And it was clean, but it was just old. And they renovated it, and they put up beautiful shelving and beautiful refrigeration and wonderful lighting, and they put up the security cameras and the cash register turntables. Everything is automated. They did a beautiful job, but they spent tens of millions, hundreds of millions of pesos. I don't know what they spent. I'm not, I have no idea what that would cost to renovate a supermarket with refrigeration and electric and all that other stuff. So the bread that was 23 pesos a loaf went up to 28 pesos per loaf, which is 5 pesos. That's 20%. Okay? It went up 20%. 20%. And the spaghetti was 70, 60, 69 pesos a pound, a kilo, and that went up to 81 pesos. So it went up 11 pesos, went up 15%, thereabouts. Okay? However, BQ didn't do any work at all in the mall. So what else did I used to buy? Whatever else I used to buy. Meat, chicken. I used to buy a lot of chicken at that time. Chicken was right around 100 pesos per kilo in both places. Well, in the ICM, it went up to 115. So that's a 15% increase. But the BQ didn't do any work. And their prices, ICM opened up its store in its entirety. They raised, peanuts. I used to make fried peanuts, a lot of fried peanuts. And fried peanuts were 80 pesos per kilo. And I made a video about it, and they brought the price back down. But they went from 80 pesos per kilo to 120 pesos per kilo in the ICM mall. But they were still 80 pesos in the BQ mall. So they raised that 50% for the price of peanuts. Corn, same thing. Popping corn, 50% increase. So I complained to myself, talking to anybody in the Philippines about complaining. You might as well talk to yourself. You get the same satisfaction, only at least you listen. So about 2 weeks went by, and all of a sudden, it's as if ICM gave BQ their price list, and everything in BQ was identical prices as ICM. Even though BQ did no renovation, no extra added infrastructure, and no investment in their property. So immediately, all prices in BQ went up on average 18 or 20%. And they did no work. And then on the street, what was an apple for 10 pesos in the BQ mall and the ICM mall went up to 14 pesos. On the street, the apples went up to 14 pesos. Same price. So I found out that the law in the Philippines is called non-competition food price laws. So if BQ raises their price, ICM raises their price, BQ has to raise their price. Has to. It's the law. And then if they raise their price, the street people have to raise their price equal. Each street vendor has to raise the price for an apple to 14 pesos. They can't sell it for 13. They could sell it for more, 15 pesos if they want, but every vendor had to raise the price for an apple to 14 pesos. They can't sell it for 13. Now, you might be able to get some damaged apples that are going to go bad in a day or so. You might be able to buy them for 10 pesos per apple. And then you either eat the rotted part or you make apple juice out of it in a blender. But that's the only way you could get it cheaper. And short of that, they feed the pigs with the food. So that went 18, 20% increase BQ Mall from ICM. About a year later, the BQ Mall decided to renovate their store, which was clean. Again, it was never got a bad piece of meat. Everything was clean. Everything worked. The bathrooms probably could have been kept a little bit cleaner, but they were clean enough that you could go in and use the bathroom. But the tile was old. The grout lines were all dirty, dark. Not dirty, but dark. Okay, so BQ renovates their mall, and all their prices went up 20%. And 2 weeks later, ICM prices went up 20%, even though they didn't do any renovation. So they have a no competition law here that nobody can compete with anybody else. The shops are conspiring to raise prices together. No, there's no conspiracy. It's the law. The law is no competition in pricing. This way it's fair for everybody. It's not conspiracy. I mean, everybody does it. Now, if it is a conspiracy, it's what the government wants. It's not a conspiracy, though. As far as the pricing, yeah, ICM had to give BQ their price list. They had to give like a computer printout of what the prices were. If that's not really a conspiracy, that's just sharing. I'm showing you what my prices are. And BQ raised identical. Even the stupid price from 80 pesos to 120 for peanuts. Now, I will tell you that at that point, when it went up to 120 pesos, Jack, you know I love you. So, the BQ raised it up to 120 per kilo also. But then I did a video on the price of peanuts, and it was on. They were on new. I don't know if the shells were stainless steel or chrome plated steel. And I'm going to tell you something. At the ICM mall, when even at the price of 120 per kilo, people were scoffing it up like it was gold dust, because they were afraid it was going to jump up again. So one day, it's right next to the eggs, and I used to buy four platters of eggs, 120 eggs at a time. So when I bought the eggs that day, I was watching. The bags were in half kilo and 1 kilo and 2 kilo bags. So I just took a count on how many bags there were. And then I went about my business and came back, I don't know, 20 minutes later, half hour later. They had sold over 100 bags of peanuts at 120 pesos per kilo. So they sold about 12,000 pesos in peanuts. Now think about this. 2 weeks ago, the peanuts were 80 pesos. And they were making 50% on their product at 80 pesos. Now it's 120 pesos. So now they're making 80 pesos per kilo. So they sold 100 kilos. They made 8,000 pesos in about 20 minutes on peanuts that were overpriced. That's a lot of money. So but they did bring their prices down. About a month later, the prices went down to 89 pesos a kilo, and it's almost the same now. Yeah, Jack. I'm not real sure who you are. Jack, did you say something I didn't agree with? That happens, you know. I don't run a Democratic channel. It's Democratic to the point where, oh yeah, I remember. You weren't paying attention. I remember that. You got to learn to pay attention. Jack, what I did for a living, when people told me to do something and I would move pilings, I'd move the barge to set up to put pilings in. They would just say, Mike, I want the pilings at 24 feet from the dock. And then I want, like, the last piling for the main finger, I want it to be 35 feet from the main finger. What if I got that shit wrong? It would take me 3 hours to move the barge and spud it back down or tie it off. I mean, I would lose my shirt if I wasn't paying attention, Jack. You were just not paying attention. I'm just trying to help you with focus. German 1922 inflation. I don't know much about that. But I will tell you that when I came to the Philippines, quality rice was 32 pesos a kilo. And now quality rice is up mid-50s, so 32, 20, 66% increase in the price of rice in 7 years. That's 10% a year. And people don't make 10% a year more in their salary. So that's it for me for today. I'm going to call it quits. It's probably still raining. And I probably what I need to do is I don't have any videos to load. Let me read my mail. Nothing but bullshit. Man, I am so tired of these Facebook messages. I don't, it says if you want to stop receiving messages from some guy named Tom. I don't know who the guy is. So if I put down, please stop sending messages from Tom, it spams every Facebook page, every message. In other words, it doesn't just spam Tom's messages. It says if you want to stop receiving messages from people like Tom, that's why it spams everything. People like Tom. So it'll spam every Facebook message. So then you have to go into your spam box to open up a Facebook page to look at, to see if any of your so-called friends sent you a message. And then you have to unspam it, and then you start getting messages from Tom again. It's crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say thank you for stopping by. I'll let you guys say goodbye to each other. I'm going to go outside for a minute and open up the container. I think I'm going to do some work out there, so you might hear that happen. Nope, still raining. So, I was out there checking on. It rained a lot. It rained a lot, and I left my laundry from yesterday out on the line, so it has to get redone. Alrighty then, thanks for stopping by. Let's see. And those of you who want to see the kangaroo guy, Schrodinger's dead and alive kangaroo guy, I left a link for his channel. I'm pretty sure that's him. I mean, he was the only person that I knew that had those 3 videos. So he's thinking about making a comeback. And of course, I told you that I invested $80,000 to bring him back from the dead, to unfreeze the cryo fat man. And I didn't do that. I was lying. I was definitely lying about that. That guy, he when he jumped the ping pong table, the little white fence on the ping pong table, he jumped it for good. In fact, that would probably be a big jump for him. That'd be a high jump for that guy. That's how fucking fat he was. He was, and that's how much I like him. To talk about him like that. He lied to me and 8 or 10 of our closest friends for 3 years? And what was the benefit of that? Where was there a benefit? How did that benefit anybody? Other than the fact that pretty much everybody believed everything he said. I mean, there would be times that we would have 2 and 3 and 4-way Skype calls. And we'd all be laughing and giggling and having fun and just basically just shooting the shit. And he would tell everybody how he was going to do this and he was going to do that. And I had plans, and he was going to move into the 2nd floor and take over the 2nd floor of the hotel. By the way, I think that's going to be... If it's not raining out, I think I'm going to do an early live stream before it does start to rain. Why the hotel, the 2nd floor of the hotel is worth $150,000 as one lump sum, and then give an estimated completion date for the 2nd floor. That's what I think I'm going to do tomorrow, and how much would be the investment. And I think I'm going to take a view from on top of this shack, which is the view of the ocean. Because right now I'm looking at the ocean. Right this second, right? I see the ocean, I see the beach. So I think I'm going to describe why it's worth $150,000. I think I'm going to shave at some point today too. I think I'm going to do that. And how much the sale of, like, where if you had to rent, there would be 3 rooms on the 2nd floor. If you had to rent the 3 rooms of the 2nd floor, say somehow they were attached to each other, which I don't like the double door system, but I know that some places have it, but it was never one of my favorite things to have doors going from one apartment to the other so that they could have company. But let's say that there were 3 rooms on the 2nd floor, small rooms, like 12 feet, whatever they are, 43 feet minus 7, 30, about 11 and a half feet wide the rooms are. If you had to rent those 3 rooms and it was all one big room, or 3 rooms, it would cost you about $600,000. in American money, plus your water and your electric, for 16 years to rent it out. About $680,000, about say $700,000. If I sell it to you for $150,000, you just pay 100 pesos per square meter per month, plus your initial investment, and you own the second floor. It's yours. You can rent it out. We could rent it out for you, whatever. So it's a good investment. You would be paying less than 20% of what you would pay in rent if you had to rent those apartments for 16 years. Now, you hear stories, why would anybody invest? It's not a profitable thing. Well, that's not true. If you save, if you wanted to live, first of all, let's clear this up again. There are no more properties that you can go like this and look at the ocean. Those properties are gone. They don't exist anymore. So I have the lease to a piece of land where right now, right this minute, I am looking at the ocean and the beach. So if you want a view of the ocean and the beach, and that's important to you, well, you can't do that on the island of BOHOL anymore. Not for $150,000, that's for sure. And if I don't sell it right away, I might just increase the price to $250,000. Because either way, at the end of the day, the rent is going to bring in more than that. So it's a win-win for me. But why would somebody invest in a hotel is because if someone liked to go swimming every day, if they enjoyed snorkeling or scuba diving, the boats are right there. The boats are 130 feet away from where I'm sitting, the dive boats. The white sand beach is 100 feet away from where I'm sitting. The ocean is 165 feet away from where I'm sitting. If you want that environment, it's worth it. Now, as far as whether or not it'll ever get built, it's going to get built. Don't listen to the naysayers. Forget that. But as far as it being an investment, if you go to Cebu and you rented the same square footage with no balconies, this has a balcony that's 43 feet across the front of the building looking at the ocean, and then it goes back 24 feet to the back of the house, a wraparound balcony. If you go to Cebu and you buy an apartment condominium that's half the size of my second floor condominium rental, sale, whatever you want to call it, it's 6 million pesos, $120,000. No balcony, and 200 pesos per square meter maintenance per month. No balcony, no view of the ocean, no view of a beach, and no promise that they won't put a building 100 feet away from you. Here, when I'm looking at the ocean, they cannot put a building in front of me, even no matter. And the reason is because I live 16 feet. The edge of my building is going to be the edge of the road that's 45 feet wide. So they can't put a building in a road. That's not possible. So they could never put a building to block the view of the ocean. In Cebu, to buy a same size apartment as what I have, it's upwards of $200,000. No balcony, no view of the beach, no view of the ocean. And there's nothing saying they won't put a building 100 feet away 5 years from now. So it's a good investment. I'll read the comments. That's pretty much true, Mr. Willis. The oceanfront properties in Alona Beach, which are similar to this, but not as nice. Take my word, the beach behind my house is 10 times better than the beach of Alona Beach. Take my word for it. I'll show it to you tomorrow. All the major hotels on Alona Beach, the Hennon, the Q, the Alona Q, I believe the Alona Q, but more than that, Blue Water, I think Blue Water was taken over by a Chinese corporation. Used to be owned by a guy named John. I don't think he owns it anymore. And 3 other properties about the size of the Blue Water Resort. They're all bought by Chinese industrialists, all. So, I don't know about the Bellevue. I do know that a namesake of the BOHOL, the Anayana Hotel, the Anayana. I did a video about 4 months ago. I walked along the beach. I showed you how they were renovating the buildings. Apparently, it was more than a renovation. Apparently, it was taken over by new owners. The Anayana Hotel is gone. It's now called the Panglao Resorts, I think, something like that. I saw the sign for the first time yesterday, because I just don't go down that way much. On the way home from the city, I was walking down the block. But the Anayana Hotel, it may have been owned by Chinese people, but that's a hotel. Okay, so if you want the view from their hotel, even though they have a pool and a small restaurant on the property, if you want that view, it's $200 a night. It's probably one of the most expensive resorts on this end of the island. At a time about a year and a half ago, the cheapest room in the Anayana was, I think, $140. No view on the ground floor. But a view on top was closer to $200. So $200 a night for a room that you don't own. It had a pool on the property. But that's a hotel. This is definitely a good investment. So the Chinese people, okay, so wait a second. Mr. Willis, well, they had to sell out to the Chinese people for the amount of money they were offered. Okay, so Mr. Willis corrected me. Well, the last time I looked at condos in Cebu, they were 6 million pesos. Mr. Willis is saying 18 million pesos. That's $300,000 to $360,000. So my price of 150 is just pretty much, it's a one-time only. It's not going to stand for very long. If I don't get my price, I'll just double the price later on. I don't care. And I'm going to build the hotel, and it's going to get done. It might take a long time. You know, you hear all these, you hear a lot of people say, you're never going to build a hotel. He's been digging a hole for 7 years. That's a lie. It's a straight up and down lie. I've only owned the lease for 3.5 years. I didn't start digging hole for the footing till 3 years ago. Okay, so I've seen, there's a fence I go by on the Jeepney. I see it every time I go by it. They started building a fence in 2014 when the first day I took the Jeepney to the city in Tagbilaran when I lived here in 2014. They started putting up a wall with a fence on it. They're still not done with the fence. They work on it every couple of months. It's 7 years for them to build a fence. once I get started on this hotel project, it won't be 7 years before it's finished. And even if it is, it gives me something to do every day. You people have nothing to do every day. You sit there and you have nothing to do with your lives. I have something to do. And again, don't listen to the stories that I can't do the work. Don't listen to that shit. That's a fallacy inside the mind of a very jealous man. 2 bedrooms, 20 million. I don't. You want to post the link for that, Mr. Willis, so people can see? Because maybe I'll have to raise the price before I do tomorrow's video. Antifa flambe. Okay, that's hot. Flambe has to do with cooking food. Antifa has to do with burning shit down. And your comment has to do with that's hot, as in flames. I see where that's going. Hey, Passport. Everybody is doing well. We had a troll attack early on. We got rid of about, even the ladyboy lover, the man who goes around testing, sperm testing, the ladyboy lover in Manila, even he stopped by to harass me. He gets bottles and he checks the sperm count for the men in Manila. These prices are the new condo called the Alcoves, a luxury condo, has 2 39-story buildings with 480 units each. It's very big project on the Ayala Mall, so with direct access to the mall. Oh, I know where that is. That's by the Apple building. Yeah, they were building the hell out of Ayala. So now over there, if you're lucky, you get to see the Ayala Mall. And if you're really lucky, you get to see the grand, the great, lawn in the Ayala Mall. But other than that, all you see is another building. So, and there's something else that you people don't understand about living in condominiums. When you're living in those big buildings, they spray non-odorless bug sprays to kill the cockroaches and silverfish. They call them silverfish. It's like a kind of a bug, silverfish. They spray all kinds of chemicals in the hallways to kill cockroaches, because every big building in the world is full of cockroaches. So you don't want to see them, they have to kill them. So they spray an untold precedented amount, highly toxic chemical cocktail in the hallways, and probably you could get that service done in your apartment as well, but also in the pipe chases where the water comes up on the pipes and sweats and the moisture goes behind there where there's no ventilation. They spray chemicals that would reduce your life expectancy by 10 years living in one of those condos. We will have no spraying in my condominium or my hotel. If individually, if you want to spray under your kitchen cabinets, but to be honest with you, I lived in next door for 3.5 years. The random cockroach that could fly in at night when we have the windows open, you'd see one every couple of weeks or a month. It would be the random cockroach. It was no infestation. It would be something, cockroaches, they fly around. You open the screen door at night, the light's on, they fly into your house. You don't hear them. They don't have a warning system. And, of course, they could lay an egg with 200 babies, but I lived there for 3.5 years and I never saw any infestation now. at all, and nobody sprayed. So it was a clean building without spraying. But if you want to, that's another good thing about living in my building. I don't want people spraying. I mean, I guess you could spray in your own house, but I would never spray that shit in my house. I don't know that I've ever sprayed a can of Raid since the early 2000s or late 1990s. I may have had some that I've sprayed a roach bomb in my house in Florida Keys when I first bought it, but that was it. Now, at the end, when I abandoned the downstairs and used it for storage, there were roaches down there. You'd see the occasional roach, but it wasn't something you couldn't deal with. But that was living on the water. When you live 40 feet away from the water and everything is wet all the time, that's what you see. Yeah. Once I get going on the hotel, I know that everybody, why is it anybody's concern, number one, how much work I do? What if I just decide to build the entire thing myself? No helper. What, you don't think I could do that? I could do that. It's going to happen. It's going to take a long time, but I could do that. What do you think? What do you people really think that concrete is? Concrete work is. It's 6 weeks to form up a structure, 7 weeks, 8 weeks to form up the second floor by myself. And then you pour it, and then 2 weeks to strip the forms, and you got a second floor. I mean, yeah, you have to do the bricks and all of that, but it's not rocket science. Do you really think it's that hard? You got to understand, I've been doing this my whole life. This is not hard to do. And anything that goes above and beyond something I may or may not remember how to do from the 1990s when I built concrete houses for Webb Brothers Construction Company, I would just look it up online. I would be looking it up online before I do it anyway, because of all the new tools and the new gadgets they have. But it's not rocket science. So Passport says in Cluj, Romania, they have been doing construction on the History Museum that started 5 years ago, and that's a go project. So if you guys aren't subscribed to Passport TV, he's got a cool channel. Now, he's been posting video yesterday of Russia that I watched. Really cool, because there's a building in that video. It's in like 2 or 3 different spy movies that I've seen. Shit like An Identity or Jason Bourne. I think Jason Bourne's in one of those spy movies. He's in that looks like a Coliseum. And that was Russia. The day before, I think he did Romania. And the day before that, he put up a video of Japan, China, Russia, Romania, Italy, Miami. I checked that one off. I've been to Miami. And there was a few other states in the European Union, maybe Poland, but there were like 9 places that he had pictures from that he himself has visited. And he shows you, the culture, what it looks like, and the music that he puts together is really cool. And it's a way of seeing that. It's a way of seeing places that now with this, you don't understand what the Great Reset is. There's not going to be unrestricted travel at a reasonable price anymore. That's all a thing of the past. So when he put down those like 9 places, Russia, China, Japan, Yugoslavia, Romania, I checked off Miami. That's probably the only place I'm ever going to see that he was at. And he's got a cool channel. Plus, he does some funny shit. And he's got a beautiful house with a beautiful yard and a beautiful garden and a beautiful living room and a beautiful coffee maker. So if you want to see a cool channel from somebody that lives in a place called Romania, of all places, he has videos that he posts from that place. Mr. Willis, thank you. Okay, so Passport is naming the name of the spray that they spray for bugs. Whatever it is, here's the way I look at those bug sprays. I don't know, we were brought up on Raid and we were brought up on Off spray. That's just poison. That's just poison. You can't drink it. And Off, the stuff they put in Off, it gives people a rash. It affects your kidneys and your liver. It goes in through your skin and attacks your heart and your liver and your kidneys. You just don't see it, but it does do that. So Passport says the name of it might be Durspin spray. 1 bedrooms are 8 or 9 million pesos plus pre-sell, I believe. Okay, so that's $160,000 pre-sell, 1 bedroom. So mine, I don't know if mine would qualify for a 1 bedroom. Mine probably qualify for a small studio. But either way, $150,000 is cheap. And I might just decide to go online. And believe me when I tell you, I'm probably going to go online as soon as I'm done, thanks to Mr. Willis. And I'll see what's selling. Because that's where I saw those condominiums. On the 3rd floor, 1 bedrooms were 6 million pesos. That was 3 years ago. Oh, 2 years ago, before the lockdown. So, no view, no access to no balcony, no view, were $120,000. So, I'm going to go online and research that. I might have to renege on that $150,000 price. And then, if I go up to $200,000, then you're going to have to give me $100,000 up front until you see some progress. I'm not going to be penny pinching like I did with the fucking Schrodinger's kangaroo. That guy never came through with anything, really, of any of the big promises that he made. So we're not going to let that happen again. We'll sign a contract. Passport. I have a pest control question. Somebody I know has a pest problem. There is an orange creep that sleeps in the dog's closet every night, mumbling obscenities. Any suggestions on that? Durspin. Go in there with one of those trucks, with one of those foggers, and just fog that room with Durspin. That should take care of it. Remember in the 80s and the 90s, those mosquito sprayers? Oh boy, one of the things that I regret not having a video of, or able to find a video of, is my house in the Florida Keys. I have one picture I know of. I'm on my deck, looking at the house next door to me, the one that cost $3.5 million. And there's a plane. It was the mosquito plane, and he's not 50 feet higher than the house, because that's how low the mosquito planes used to come, about 100 feet high. I don't have a video of it, but I have one picture, and a picture is worth 1,000 words. But they used to fog. Oh, that mosquito plane would fog. You'd see it shooting out the back, and if you got underneath that chemical, you'd see it settle down. If I was on the road somewhere and that plane went over me, I would have to bundle up inside clothes and close the doors to my car or the backhoe, close everything up, and wait a half an hour before I got out of wherever I was. Otherwise, that shit would make my skin feel like it was on fire. Other people it didn't affect. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That DOT, the truck that sprayed the mosquitoes. I remember we used to play in the fog. I remember playing with what did they call that? The banana seat, and they looked like the Easy Rider bikes. I remember that with the big V bars. I remember riding on the banana seat with the V bars in the fog. We would all play in the fog. I remember. What was the name of those? The choppers. The choppers. The Raleigh chopper came with the V bars and the big long banana seat and the springs in the front. I didn't have the one with the springs, but I had an imitation chopper. I built it out of some junk bicycles, but I remember those Raleigh choppers, and that's when the sprayers used to come, because Tommy Godomsky, he had a Raleigh chopper. He always had the newest thing on the market. Bill Clinton. Hello, Bill. Thank you for stopping by. Gasoline went up another 10 cents a gallon, 5%, 4%. $2.70 a gallon now. In the Philippines, gas went up yesterday. I noticed it. It went from 49 to 52. So it went up 6 cents, 10%. It went up yesterday. Because on Sunday, it was 49 at a gas station called Guzz. And then the guy who was checking the numbers was there when I was coming home last night. It went up 50 up to 52 pesos. So it went up 6 cents. Well, that would be what? 20, no, it went up 2%, 2.5%. It went up in one day. But a few weeks ago, it was 46. So it went up from 46 to 52. That's 6 pesos. Yeah, it went up about 7% in the last 3 weeks. Uh-oh. Mr. Willis, $1,400. I'm loving that. I'm loving that. It's not even going to cover the cost of the increase from my first steel order. Chinese have raised the price of steel 30% in the last 6 months. Yes, the Democrats control all the inner cities. I've gone over that multiple times. They are in control. They're destroying everything. The 7-foot flag. Now that you mention it, there were people, and the streamers that came out of the handle grips, those little pink streamers, they were like 10 cents. The 7-foot flag. You're right. I can almost envision that. The 7-foot flag attached to the banana seat. You're so right about that. Damn. I remember. See, that's another thing that you don't think that they do this on purpose. The fucking YouTube, Google, fucking YouTube, fucking internet, they are messing with your head. In my entire life, since I was born, on Google, on my channel, when I go to Google Pink Floyd songs, I have to spell out Pink Floyd before it will pop up as an option to click on. But Pink music, Pink this, Pink Panther commercials, Pink Panther clips. Now, it knows I don't watch any of that shit. I don't even watch the Pink Panther. To be honest with you, I think at the time I thought they were funny, but now I don't see any humor in the Pink Panther at all. I guess as you get older, you change what you think is funny. I watched him playing pool the other day with somebody where he ripped a table. It was a little, like a 1 minute. I don't find that funny at all. Nothing. There's nothing funny about it. Nothing funny about the curved pool stick. Nothing at all. I just said, it's stupid. But back 30 years ago, it probably was funny to me. But I don't watch that shit, and I have to write the word Pink Floyd in before it pops up as an option. Because they know what you want. Now, what they're doing is they're pressuring you to push one of their buttons. See, like, some shit popped up today. YouTube, and I didn't choose it, but YouTube's selected suggestions. And not only did it pop up, but it started playing. Now, I don't know how that happened. I don't know if I pushed a button. And you know what it was about? A topic that I'm not interested in, a topic I would not watch, a topic I wouldn't spend more than the few seconds that it showed up on the thing. It was about reparations for the black that have been enslaved by the American masters to get them reparations from the government, and Black history events. That wouldn't interest me at all. But that's the suggestion that YouTube gave me. It doesn't interest me not one bit. What, 60 years of welfare is not enough? There are people that are 4 generations on welfare, blacks, Hispanics, and white people in New York City that have never been off welfare ever since they were born. That's not enough? Public housing, public food, public stipends, public rent, public electric, public water. I worked in Lefrak City for Dola Construction, D-O-L-A, Dola Construction on Pine Street in Brooklyn. And my job was to install hardwood floors in Lefrak City apartments. That was my job. That was the only thing I did for Dola. I installed hardwood flooring. I didn't do plumbing. I didn't do electric. I didn't put doors in. I put hardwood flooring in. And I would do it in rooms that people lived in. And why was I doing it? Because they would throw fucking water on the floor and buckle up the floor. I mean, it was hardwood floor. You can't get it wet. You get it wet a little bit, but they would literally let the water run over the sink and just let it run into the living room, and the whole floor would buckle up, right? Just buckle up and blow apart. So I would go in there and rip it out and put a new floor in, and they would do it again in a few weeks. And that was a continuous thing. And Lefrak City, didn't give a shit that they did it every 3 weeks because it was government. The government paid for Left Rack to hire Dola to hire me as a subcontractor to go put in floors. Now, one of the things I learned about welfare housing in that Left Rack division is that in the wintertime, the welfare tenants, all white, black, Hispanic, whatever they were, they would just turn the heat up and leave the windows open so they'd have fresh, warm air, like a summer breeze. They would turn the water on in the sink, hot and cold, and just leave it on. They would never shut it off. And if a faucet leaked from them squeezing down the little rubber washer too much, they never called to have it fixed. They would just leave it on. If you did that, if any one of my subscribers did that in your house right now today, it's still going on in those welfare tenements. But if you did that with your water supply, if you lived in New York City and you turned on your water that has about 75 to 80 pounds of pressure in the pipe, I don't know how much water is, but my water bill in my house in New York was about $60 a month. Well, my water bill in Florida was $60 a month also. And I was one person. $58 of that water bill was because I had a meter from the street. $2 was for water. However, that's because I only used a few cubic meters of water. Once a pipe broke and the water bill was about $80. I paid for that. And another time, a guy that worked for me, apparently he left the hose bib on. I don't know why. I have no idea. And he said to me, he was going to go wash up. And he did. And then he left the job. And that was on the other side of the house, and I had no reason to be on that side of the house. I went upstairs. So the water stayed on all night. And we had 125 PSI in the pipes in Florida. So when I came out in the morning, the water was still running, and there was no puddle because it went straight down into the coral rocks. My water bill was like $200 for one night. If you left your water on in America, it'd be the same thing. But these people that are on welfare, they just leave the water on, hot and cold, and they don't ever shut it off. They leave the windows open and they put the thermostat up. Then when they put the plastic boxes over the thermostat, they figured out a way to go around that by putting ice on top of the box so the heat came on. The government wastes trillions of dollars on welfare. If these people truly wanted to get out of the welfare rut, they would change the way they live, but they don't. So more reparations, more money for welfare, I don't agree with that at all. Wow, 600. I heard that people with 2 or 3 kids are getting $6,000 or $7,000, Bill Clinton. The baseball cards in the wheel oaks with the clotheslines, the little clips from the clotheslines holding the baseball cards on the side of the things. I remember that. the baseball cards inside. Imagine, Passport, how much some of those baseball cards that we had in the wheel spokes, not now because nothing has any value anymore, but 25 years ago, baseball cards were a big business. Imagine how many, I don't know, I don't know the names of the baseball players. I never watched a baseball game, but imagine what a Roger Maris card in good condition would be worth, and we would clip it onto our baseball spokes, never knowing that Roger Maris was going to be famous, or Ty Cobb or somebody like that. We probably put $1 billion worth of baseball cards on our tires. What else did we do with those little bikes? We had the big handlebars with the streamers, the mirrors. We had mirrors on those little bikes, some of us. The banana seat. I don't really remember. I mean, that's like such a long time ago. The banana seat, the flag, like you said, the baseball cards, yes, the baseball cards. The horn, little horn, or a little dinger on the bicycle dinger, a little horn, and the light on the bike at night. When you put the light on, the bike slowed down 20%. The little electric generator that you made it touch the wheel, and you went from 12 miles an hour to 9 miles an hour, and you had to struggle at that. I remember that. You know, Bill, yesterday, I don't eat eggs anymore because they make my feet swell up. The chemicals that they're feeding the chickens. But Sunday, I was in the market when I bought garlic. 8 pesos for an egg, for the large eggs. 6.5 for the small eggs. So 5 pesos is a good price, but that's where they make eggs. That's where they grow chickens, 5 pesos. That's a little bit high for that. The Malvern Star Dragster. I don't, I'm from New York, so I wouldn't know what that was, but there was, well, Raleigh made the handle, the Malvern Star Dragster. I probably should look that up, probably. Take a look at that. Malvern Star Dragster. Malvern. Malvern Star. Wow, it even, it popped up long before Pink Floyd would have. Malvern Star Dragster. Oh my God, there they are. Here's one with the streamers. Yeah. Yeah. Another thing is the one with the big, here, I'll show it to you. With the seat where the bar went up high. I forgot that one. You forgot it too, Passport. Look at that. This one has the streamers on it. No streamers, but the banana seat with the big bar. A Malvern Star Dragster. Let's get one with the streamers. Come on. There we go. Look at this. Look at the streamers. Look at this one has discs with the brakes, banana seat, streamers, the big bars. 10 fenders. Geez, I remember fenders. Wow. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, that brings back some memories. The streamers. That I had streamers. And I had the big bar behind it also. I remember with the big bar, you could not, you couldn't flip your leg over the back. Look at this guy. He is a shifter. Oh, God. That was big, top in line, big dollars there. Streamers, grips, shifter. Ah, there it is. The Malvern Star Long Frame Gold Anniversary Dragster. Wow. Got the light on there. That's the one you're talking about. That's pretty cool. And it lists for $7,500. Wow. 1974 vintage collectible Malvern Star long frame Shimano Dragster. $7,500. Not a bad price. Wow. That's amazing. Could have kept a couple of bicycles like that. Could have took them right out of the box. And if you had 3 or 4 of them, you'd be rich now. I'll give you the link for that. It won't fit. It's 315 characters. So, I'll have to copy it. I'll just copy the words and post it in there. Wow, that was a good call. Malvern, I wouldn't say I remember that bike, but I remember the streamers, and now I remember the high back. Rowboat, yeah, that's $7,500. It's the link is on that page. The Malvern Star Dragster that Rob Roscoe mentioned, you. $7,500. Oh, I'm going to see if it stopped raining yet. I don't know that I want to go outside if it's raining. My leg gets wet, and then I have to change the bandage. I haven't eaten anything either. Actually, I didn't have much since yesterday. The sun is out. Yeah, stop raining. All right, I'm gonna lock this up, close it down, say thank you for stopping by. I don't think I'll get much done out there, but if I get anything done, it's better. I also have to have breakfast. The last time I ate was probably 6 o'clock this morning. What time is it now? 4 o'clock, huh? Yeah, it's time for me to consume some food. Well, I'll thank everybody for stopping by. Thanks for the memories down the Malvern Star Dragster. I wonder if, that guy Tommy I mentioned before, his father was one of many vice presidents of Boar's Head Meat Company. Boar's Head is a huge company, meat company. And his father got 2 cents. This is going back into the 60s when I first met him as like a 10-year-old child, 8, 9, 10-year-old. His father got 2 cents from every pound of boar's head meat that was sold. I don't know where. In America, in New York, I have no idea. But they had the biggest house in Howard Beach, on Old Howard Beach. And they had a lot next door. It's one of the few lots left in Howard Beach. It still owns the lot. There's pigeons are on the lot now. And his name was Chester. And he was so rich that he hung out with people like Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis, but not in America, in Cuba, because that's where they used to go to party. So Chester was Tommy's dad, and he died when we were 17 years old. But as a child, Chester Gadomski, he would buy, when the Good Humor truck or the Mr. Freeze or Shakey's or what was it, Mr. Softy, when they would come around, he would just walk out into the street, and every single child, like it's almost like here in the Philippines, every child would get free ice cream. Anything you wanted, free ice cream. And he would spend $10, $12, I mean, however many children were on the block, everybody. So that was a lot of money to spend on ice cream. Ice creams were 10 cents, 11 cents, 12 cents a bar when we were little kids, and he might spend $10. And then when we went to the movies, although Tommy, that piece of shit, he kept the money. Tommy would keep the money. He would give Tommy $10 to take us to the movies, and Tommy would keep the money for himself. I remember that, because my dad would give me $1. That was enough to go to the movie. 10 cents for the bus each way, 20 cents. 40 cents for the movie, that's 60. And that would leave us 40 cents for a soda and popcorn. That was $1. And his father gave him $10 so that Tommy, Eddie, and Matthew and him and I could go to the movies, and he kept the money. And then after the movie, we went to Wetson's, which was across the street, or we took the bus down Cross Bay Boulevard and went to the Big Dipper or the Bow Wow, and he would buy fried chicken and roast beef sandwich, and we would buy French fries, because that's all the money that we had. And then he would put the rest in his pocket. But anyway, Chester, he would buy everybody on the block ice cream. That was pretty cool. And Tommy always had, if the bicycle came out, he had the new bicycle. If the mini bike came out, he had the new mini bike. When the Honda 70s came out, the motorcycle, he had one of those. When I bought a Bonanza Hodaka 10-horse motorcycle, he bought one. His father bought one for him. He never had a job. He didn't have a job till he was about 25. And he might have had one of those Malvern Flyers. I don't know. He always had the nicest bike. Ended up liking guys. That's what he ended up liking, guys more than women. Always thought that was funny. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go. I'll read the comments, and then that's it. We're done. Okay. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Tomorrow, I'm going back to my normal antics. I bought that other gallon of yellow paint. I will be punching the bag tomorrow. I will be punching the bag. Haven't punched the bag in 4 days. I will be making the video from the house upstairs, top of my shack, to the beach and back, and telling you why it's worth $150,000, and that I might just Google condominium prices in Cebu, and I might change my mind tonight. That price may be a thing of the past. I am serious about that too. Nothing is going down, and there are no more private properties at all. If you want to buy a private property on the beach where I live, you had better have $500,000 cash. There's no financing. You had better have $500,000 cash. And you might not get the property. And that's the smallest, cheapest, most insignificant property on the beach. Now, if you want to buy a nice piece of property with a shack on it that should be demolished, then you're going to need closer to $1.2 or $1.3 million. And you'll have to destroy the house that's on the property. And that's cash money. They don't have financing here, unless it's personal financing, but I don't think you're going to get it. So there's not a lot available. So my $150,000, when the hotel is done, you will have wished, I wish I would have bought Fazio's second floor. And it'll happen. So thanks for watching, everybody. God day to everybody. As if there was a God, because there is no God per se. If there was, they wouldn't be allowing this to happen to the world. Just get it through your fucking head that this thing that the church does, this is God's will. This is the government implementing their will on the masses because they're getting ready to pull the plug. I'm Bing Permy from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, baby. Getting ready to pull the plug on life as you know it. That's the truth. Take care.